Okay, if everything is right, we should be good to go. How we doing tonight? How we doing tonight? I know it's been a minute. I think I'll probably start the stream talking like that about just kind of where things have been with streaming and stuff like that. As long as everything looks good, quality should be all right, all that fun stuff. You guys can see we got the account right here. Haven't really done much to it since I recorded it yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever it was. But so far, like, since the anniversary, really, I've been just kind of putting off reasons to stream, and it's not for really any particular reason other than just, like, I just don't think that there's much interesting going on in the game, even with Saiyan Day and Golden Week. I think Golden Week being a bit of a flop didn't help, and I don't know, it's just been kind of tough to find the motivation to come on here and stream, and I think I've kind of let the decline in interest of the game sort of put me in a spot where I just get dejected looking at numbers and stuff like that, and that's not fair to those of you who watch streams and support and stuff like that. I have to be a little bit better, with a lot better with streaming, especially. You know, there has been videos every day, but I have to do more streaming, so that's on me. But we're here now, so hope everybody's doing well tonight, all that fun stuff, and we just go ahead and get started. So any questions you have, just want to say hello, I'm here, and let's get to it. It's going to be a lot of quest mode today. That's sort of where we're at. Y'all should be able to hear me, I hope. All right, cool. Just making sure before I sound crazy. You know what I mean? What's up, bro? Appreciate you, man. Been a minute. 13 months, though. That's over a year. Let's go, dude. Not too much, like, super duper fun content in Dokkan going on right now, but we are just going to be banging out some stones. And who doesn't love a good dragon stone or two, right? Yeah, things have been all right. It's not really for any like personal life reason or anything like that. Just have not. I mean, it shouldn't be rocket science that people aren't really watching Dokkan right now, and that's kind of killed my motivation a little bit. But it's up to me to make things entertaining and be here, right? Let me turn off active skills and stuff. I have to stop worrying about the numbers and focus on making the content better. That's what I've been bad with. Yeah. That's kind of like the same boat that I've been in, where it's like we have a daily upload and stuff like that, but what I really need to do is be doing the video and the short every day, and then every few days live streaming. That's how we rebound. Okay, so we need to turn off active skills and intros. We got to do that, because if I don't do that, like, this is going to take way longer than it needs to. Nice, man. All right, so let's see. So scenario's off. That's good. What up, Cosmo? Let's do this in case we accidentally go off of silent. Come on. I can't even press this phone, dude. There we go. All right, there we go. A lot of auto mode, so I got time to re-chat. Definitely not locked in on gameplay by any means. I need this global Dokkan campaign like I need $1 million. That is true. You got time to lock in and not waste your stones. That's definitely a positive way of looking at it. Basically, I think everybody's on that wavelength, Harry, where it's just like, I don't really know anybody who's saying it's not going to be Daima at this point. Maybe some people think it's going to be like the Namek Saga and stuff like that. Like Goku versus Frieza, I wouldn't hate. But I definitely think at this point we kind of need like that massive sort of jump of hype, right? But to be fair, like this is kind of what comes with the territory of a global, or the global schedule being on the JP schedule, right? Where this time last year for JP, my buddy was just talking about this, like JP players knew that a really bad, not really bad, but a pretty average Rose Goku Black was coming. And it just like, we just had nothing to do in May. And it was like, oh boy, we get this Goku Black that's like a 6 out of 10 on his best day. Been all right. Just summer stuff, right? Moved out of the apartment for university for the summer and stuff like that. They've got all kinds of work going on at this house, so it's kind of tough for me to record during the day. A lot of banging, you know what I mean? Hammers hitting walls and saws going and... Auto mode with this is going to be super frustrating because they're going to keep hitting these damn stop signs and not going out of the way for them. But I will say, like, especially if you're somebody that started yesterday, not yesterday, but like if you're somebody who played like years ago before quest mode was like this, like I'm sure a lot of y'all watching remember having to do this on normal, Z hard, and hard. So it's like you had to do it 3 times. So running through the quest would take you days at the minimum. Yeah, it's fun, Vega. That's basically what I did. Yeah, Christian, I said in my Zero to Hero episode, I want to get around 1,000, and then we'll kind of see where we want to go from there, because with the summoning format that I'm doing, or at least attempting to do, I don't need to have like 3,000 Dragon Stones. Because the rule, at least the rule for now, unless we decide to change it up as a community, is going to be if I pull a copy of a character that I'm summoning for, I have to stop. Because I don't want to have another case of like, you know, last year where we did. It's like we didn't do anything wrong, but with the amount of stones I had for the anniversary, it was just I had the best team in the game rainbowed, and I think it was just too easy. Where it was like, oh, let's just clear all the anniversary content with no struggling, right? Like, and I just kind of think it defeated the purpose. But that's life, right? You live and you learn. So this year, for the Global Dokkan campaign, if it's Daima Super Saiyan 4 Goku, we pull in first multi, we're done summoning on the banner. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We don't get to build a special team, we work with what we got. So, in an ideal scenario, the first character we pull is hopefully we so in an ideal world, what we do is we pull what's the word? We get a bunch of the featured units and we get dupes in them before we pull the new units. That way we actually can like use a team. So that way it kind of adds like a fun little twist to it, right? It's like for once we're like rooting to not get the character early. It's like if I have to spend 1,000 stones to get a bunch of featured units, I'm like okay with that. That way we can keep the kind of relatability to the series, right? So that, because like, you know, all right. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Apple. Sorry if I said that wrong. But yeah, like that way we don't just solo all the content, no item run it really easy. It's just there's not much relatability in having a rainbowed best team in the game on a series where it's like we're supposed to start from the bottom and move up. So like right now, I think is a good example of that because we have the Gammas and Rose. Like those are not the craziest characters in the game by any means. So we'll kind of just chill with those, take our time, and we'll be good to go. That's kind of the plan for now. Yeah, there you go. Skip through all those Cell Juniors. Oh, hey. I got hit with a proc. I was supposed to buy something or something like that. Gamma 1, just because he's a slot 1 character, and inherently those are just usually always better. Just the way that the game goes. It is very rare a slot 2 character is just better, right? Especially when there's a counterpart. Yeah, unless Gamma 2 just does like an unbelievable amount of damage that's unreplicated by anybody. No, I don't think so. I would save your coins. That's a quick area, 5 stages. 3,500, nice, man. My advice that I would give you is you don't need to spend them all in one place. Bragging about like a rainbow, in theory, Super Saiyan 4 Goku is not worth just like destroying all of the stones that you saved up. So just be careful. But I appreciate the support, man. Give me the Thunder to bounce back. I think they're the better team. I think the Pacers are just playing really well right now. Indiana is just on one of those like crazy like storybook runs, if you will. Everything seems to be going their way. You just can't put them down, you know? Yes and no. Because if the gap between Rainbow and 55% is like too much, then it's just like it kind of sucks for those who, you know, can't afford to do that every banner, right? I kind of don't hate the system now where it's like the Rainbow Star is just more of bragging than it is effectiveness. Like 79% on almost any character is good. Yeah, it is ironic that they blew a 3-1 lead to OKC or to Golden State, and then Golden State did the same thing in the next series. Basketball's weird. Gamer runs, my friends. I just reset with the second season as Tao's helping me a lot to grind a couple things. Yeah, of course. But need to have a real team with good linking sets, so can't wait for the next expanders. Yeah, that's the beauty of the Saiyan Saga team. Like, their link set is not too bad. And then the free-to-play Ginyu team as well. They have very good synergized link sets. Especially if you can get these banner units. Like, those would be really good pulls for me right now because I have... I did pull Captain Ginyu, so... Maybe that's something I work on, like using the free Ginyu Force team and the Ginyu EZA, seeing how far I can go. Because if we can get like an Easy 8 Captain Ginyu, that's a pretty high quality. Dokkan worth coming back to. If you are looking for like a super exciting period that's going to have you knocking your socks off and stuff like that, I would say right now is not that time. But if you're looking for a downtime where you want to stack up your stones, I think this is a perfect time. Because you're not going to feel pressured to really summon on anything, and I think that that could be something kind of valuable. You got all the 10th anniversary headliners, so then yeah, I mean, this would be a good time to just stack up your stones, right? Because, what's it called? Yeah, I'm a Legends content creator, Goku Black. Um, I had a train of thought, and then that guy saying I should be a Dokkan creator threw me off. Oh, so the 10th anniversary units, a shocker, are still the best characters in the game. But yeah, if your account's good and stuff like that, I mean, there's stuff to do. There always is stuff to do. Especially if you're, I would go probably, how do I want to do this? So, from personal preference, right, I think Z is #1 for me. And the fact that people aren't gonna, I don't think they're gonna like this, but I'm probably gonna put Super at 2. Just because I got to experience that live on a week-to-week basis, which is something I didn't get to do for everybody, for all the other ones. Then I'd probably go DB than GT. I think GT just has the hype factor of Super Saiyan 4 for like the gacha games and stuff like that. And just in general, right? Like there's nothing in OG Dragon Ball that competes with Super Saiyan 4 from a hype standpoint, right? But it's tough to put GT in there just because it's not canon, so. But Dragon Ball canon is also stupid, so it doesn't really matter. Very funky. Once you start worrying about what's canon in Dragon Ball, you've already lost. Well, on 0 to Hero, I would definitely not go for dupes because that's the rule. The only way that rule would be broken is if I pulled 2 in 1 multi, because then there was just nothing I could have done. Now, what we do from that, like, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Do we Baba the character, the second one, so that way we don't have a dupe? I don't know what we do, but we'll see. I would imagine people would be okay with that if it was like 2 in 1 multi, be like, fine, you didn't go back in. I would imagine. But I also, want things to be fair. Any chance that we get LR Tech UI Goku during GDC? That's a tough one, because he did just rerun during Saiyan Day, which was already 3 months ago, which is kind of crazy. But, I'm not sure. That's actually a tough one. I think it could go either way. Yeah, but, the thing with that, Darian, is that, the big fights of GT, I think, are pretty good. Like, Goku versus Baby, to me, is a good fight. Goku and Vegeta versus Omega was fun. Goku versus Super 17 is a little bit silly, because Goku just keeps trying the same thing over and over again, and it just won't work. But, the team up with 18 is fun. His Dragon Fist against Ice is, one of my favorite things in Dragon Ball, period. I just think that's really cool how he can't see and he's like, I'll finish it, and then does all this stuff. It's pretty cool. It just depends, Harry. I think that Gogeta has some utility, but he just can't keep up with what Vegito's doing to the boss, especially on his taunt turn. There's no character in the game that's ever been that good. On the taunt turn specifically. Yeah. I would have to rewatch it. It's been a very long time since I've seen that fight. Vegeta versus Baby. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Baby was putting in that work. And it's like they really nailed the big bads, their designs, right? Like there's some crappy shadow dragons, but the important ones to the plot, really cool, right? Ice and Nova are sick. Sin, Omega, I think Hey Shenron, the queen form or whatever, is pretty cool. But there's definitely some silliness in there. It has its charm. GT is one of those cases where it's it's kind of, is it weird to say it's overrated and underrated at the same time? I feel like it gets hate for the wrong reasons, but it also has its flaws. Also gets hate for the right reasons. Not really a big fan of how Vegeta's kind of treated in there. Don't really like how he got Super Saiyan 4, but it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I just think it's funny that he's got jeans on. But like Oob got to do some pretty badass stuff. I mean, it's like the idea that there's no good in there is just not true. And like Super Saiyan 4 is one of those characters, like, is one of the most common anniversary character in these gacha games, right? Like Legends has had Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta twice for an anniversary, with the third and the sixth. They headlined this. When else did because Vegito Blue was the second in Legends. I forget when the OG Super Saiyan 4s came out in Legends. But like in Dokkan, they've headlined, like Super Saiyan 4 Goku's headlined, what, 4 times? The second, the fourth, the seventh, the 10th. Like, that's a pretty good run. Best OG concepts. The overuse of the Dragon Balls, I definitely agree with. Hey, Sokodo. Yeah. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Like, there's concepts there that are really good. But yeah, but I mean, it's hard to get it right? I mean, we look at the Super Manga right now. A lot of good stuff in there, but it wasn't like the best, like, wasn't super well executed, right? Like the Granola arc being essentially like the gas fight, wasn't a huge fan of it. Especially, like, the ending was kind of cool, though. Frieza showing up and just being like, yeah, y'all are fodder now. Like, that was kind of badass. Remember when 4 months of training put me at God level? Yeah, I just did 10 years. I think you could say the same thing in Super, though, too, where there's a ton of really good ideas, but then it just kind of falls flat in a lot of other spots. Where it's like the beginning of the series just being like a retelling of the movies that every Dragon Ball fan watched multiple times. Because that's all we had. I think I always bring this up, but I remember vividly seeing like a preview or like a snippet from Battle of Gods where Goku fights Beerus in Super Saiyan 3 and then he just gets like one shot. And it's like, oh my god, dude. The hell is this cat? He just one shot Super Saiyan 3, bro? It's a rights thing, I believe. They just don't have like the licensing for it. Because I think you could bet your bottom dollar if they could put Ultra Ego in these games, they would. Same thing with Moro. Truth said this years ago, but like Moro is like a perfect Dokkan villain because he would have like everything. Especially like by the end of the arc. Because like at that point, you know, this stuff came out like 5 years ago. So spoilers if you haven't read the manga, but you know, like he has Maris's power absorbed for a bit, right? He becomes the Earth, or something like that. Like it gets crazy, man. What's up? Yeah. But like, you know, they're also like, they just didn't fully take advantage of some of the really good concepts that they had too. Like, I mean, it does. I think one of the biggest, like, you know, bad spots on Super is just the ending of the Future Trunks arc. Like, I don't know, almost, I feel like you could ask almost any, but I don't know if I've ever met someone that likes the ending of that arc. Yeah. Because, I mean, like, almost all the way through, it's very good, right? Or it's just like, yeah, the big bad, it takes Vegito to get rid of him, but Vegito doesn't get the job done, which honestly is fine. Like, that kind of makes sense. It's typically like the Dragon Ball formula, unless it's a movie. Because I mean, like, how many times have we seen fusions just not work, right? Like, they've worked, but they didn't get the job done. Right, exactly, Harry. That too. Where it's like, maybe if the Zeno button didn't happen and just the Spirit Bomb from Trunks is what got it done, like, sure. Who cares? But that's why immortality is usually a problem in these, in stuff like this, right? I mean, it's always a joke, right? Garlic Jr. was immortal and he opened up the dead zone twice. That's the only thing that could take him out. Oh my god, LR Vilify. I forgot about that. See, this is why I got to stream, dude. I forgot about that. What's up, man? Yeah, but it's like the rule for angels to not intervene. That's why Maris dies. That was like a whole thing. Like, Beerus isn't really supposed to intervene either. Because that's like a huge plot point for it, where it's like, yeah, Maris made his choice, and that was to, you know, help Goku when he knows he wasn't supposed to. Thank you, Joke. Sorry, I don't know how to say that, man. Joachim Jakobsen, maybe? That kind of sounded right. I mean, probably, because I think that Hercule was a bit of an exception. I'm trying my best, all right? That's a tough name to pronounce. But, yeah, just general SSRs are always tough. I would like to say yes. Yeah, quite a bit, Sokudo, but it's tough, right? To me, it really feels like TKO's got their claws dug in, and I really don't know who's to blame. Because I mean, it's not a secret that the Mania main event was a little bit disappointing. But who knows? They love talking about this long game, so we'll see. Yeah, I got back into wrestling in like 2022 because it seemed like they kind of there had been a bit of a resurgence, and it seemed kind of fun to watch. And now me and my friends watch it on Discord and stuff like that, so it's a good time. That's a tough one. If you want me to be super biased, I'm going to say Roman Reigns, but if you want me to be a little more objective about it, I'd probably say Steve Austin. If you want to go longevity, probably Cena. But there's just so many different things that you could be looking for in a wrestler, right? It's like, are you thinking about the in-ring technicals? Are you thinking about the stories that are being told with them? You think about their character work? That's the fun of it. I don't know, Cosmo, because links are weird. I guess because Broly units don't usually have it, it doesn't really matter because you're just linking them up with other Broly characters. But yeah, Broly, Chilai, and Lemo are a weird case. My personal favorite's Roman Reigns. Yeah. Because, like, the Night 1 main event felt, like, way more important than... Which is... I don't know how they pulled that off. They made Cena winning the 17th feel less important than who Paul Heyman was aligned with, right? I don't know how they pulled that off, but they did. It's because Travis Scott. That's really what it was, man. Because The Rock didn't show up. That's really what it was. And it's Frieza characters. I'd have to look and see what Frieza characters don't have big bad bosses, because cooler characters do. Hey, nice, man. Well, how is Sheamus or Becky Lynch not your GOAT then? Small, yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, like, you know, Sheamus' graps out there, man, just hard hitting. I love it. His match with Gunther in 2022 was incredible. I mean, Hornswoggle was the anonymous general manager, was he not? Yeah, I think. What's up, Bringer? Yeah, just from what I could tell is that like the arc is just like Seth is becoming what Roman Reigns is, and like that was what they wanted. Like he's becoming the very thing that he was, you know, sacrificed himself to destroy last year, right? With how his body was worn down and all that, and I mean, we'll see. Stories are stories, but I mean, it elevates Braun Breaker, puts him where he needs to be, because it's pretty obvious that guy's the future. And then Bronson Reed, I'm not really sure, but because I looked up how old Bronson Reed was and I was shocked. I think he's like 30 something, which I know wrestling isn't that old, but it's just like you think if he's trying to use up and comers, it's like, you know, a guy who's 28, 29. I think he was like 36. Because it's just so funny to be like a sports watcher and it's like, oh, a good NBA rookie is like 19 years old, right? And it's like they wouldn't dare put a 19-year-old out there in WWE. Hell no. The young guys are 26, 27. I guess they just wanted to have some big muscle out there. I'm not sure. Probably because Jeff Cobb is in the solo thing. Yeah, but it's not like he's put into like a major program. He just kind of shows up, shows off what he can do athletically, and then he's back to develop. Another Steiner? That's awesome. All right, so here's a conversation Dokkan related. I know we haven't been talking much about Dokkan, but if y'all could pick one, so let's set some ground rules here. You can't pick Daima Super Saiyan 4. Who do you want for Global Dokkan campaign? That's your one rule, the tiny rule. Because that's obvious, right? That's like saying name an NBA player and you say LeBron James. That's too easy. Rose. I think Dokkan's track record with Rose Goku Black, I wouldn't want that. Love the character, love the form, but they haven't proven to me that they can handle a Goku Black release. I feel like it's been years. Like, what was the last good Goku Black we had? I think Android 13 for this part 2 LR would have been a really good choice. STR Rose, yeah. I don't remember how the AGL one was on release. I was only around for his EZA. And I know his EZA had a very frustrating sort of a thing where his defense would reset. I remember that with the EZA because I had to use him, I think, for the corroded body in my GT Goku event mission. Real ones remember the pain that was. Goku and Vegeta event mission day was always a good time. We don't really get that anymore. Revamped Cell Max. Sure. Super Trunks. Now, are you saying Dragon Ball Super Trunks, or are you saying, you know, the OG design inspiration for Broly? It's the Trunks. Yeah. LR Kid Buu. That's the tale as old as time. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Super Trunks, gotcha. Yeah, OG Broly, nice. I remember pretty vividly. I joined Dokkan at like a random ass time. It was the first time I ever really played the game, like, and got beyond like 10 seconds in was when Tech Full Power Super Saiyan 4 came out, and I think I either pulled them on my first single or first multi. And I thought it was just a guarantee because I had just started the game. They just gave me a character from a banner or something. I had no idea how gachas worked. Literally nothing, right? Like, I didn't know what I was doing. Just, this is a Dragon Ball game. Let me try this out. Little did I know, if I would have told myself 6 years later, it's like, yeah, you're going to be live streaming this and, you know, build a pretty sizable YouTube channel on this game, I would have been like, yeah, you're probably lying. Maybe for Xenoverse. Because I used to play the ish out of that game. Yeah, something like that. Maybe it was my path. I don't know. If I had streamer luck, Blue UI Goku wouldn't have taken as long as he did. Come on. Super 17. Minato and I got to start this on Twitter. The meat banner's coming soon. But when we did the Slot 1 Super podcast last week, he was like, he called it the GT Bosses Renaissance. And I was like, you know what? I like that. So next year is the GT Bosses Renaissance is what we're going to call it. We're going to get a new Super 17. We're finally going to get Dokkan Festival exclusive, baby. I got to put my Copium mask on, but we're ready to go. AGL Omega is going to easy A. We're ready to go, baby. AGL Omega has a potential to be a wicked easy A. Like, he has a revive. He's got damage reduction. He's got some really good little tools and trinkets that could make a really good character. Yeah, Drew, it just comes with time, knowing what characters do. The thing with Dokkan is it's so much reading and so much information that it's tough to just get right away. Yeah, but those are the teams that deserve to be a real team at some point. Like top 10 team in the game GT bosses. Yeah, I think, well, there was a lot of good characters on release and a lot of characters aged out really quickly, right? Like the, yeah, this is why we have Bringer here. He's a Link guy. But, you think about just like from the start, right? Where Orange Piccolo aged beautifully. It took basically, when did Orange Piccolo like become like mid? Like the Broly movie Celebration? Like the end of 9th Annie? It's a damage multiplier. It reduces it. It's a specific number. I think it's 0.5. A lot of Dokkan with like damage reduction and guard, it's like they're just they're multiples, like so it's just like a percentage game. So just cuts it in half, right? The Goku Frieza fight, yeah, probably right around there. Yeah, I think Goku Frieza is probably where it is, right? Oh, yeah. So the thing is, like, I don't really care for the Majunior EZA because, like, I'm only going to be using him for the same point anyway. And it's just the numbers are going to be bigger, but he already one-shots the whole thing anyway, right? It's a little bit different than that. I think I've done a video on this before, but it's tough to remember, like, just straight off the dome, right? You know how I know I haven't streamed in a while? I haven't been begging for likes, and it's been 45 minutes. So if you guys have not liked the stream yet, go ahead and do so. We got 35 people here right now, so let's try and get that number up. But let's see. What do we got? What does guard? Yeah, so... Yeah, here we go, right? You can read it right here. There's a guide for it. I'm looking at a little thing. Well, the post is deleted. Oh, here it is. Oh my god, that's a lot of reading. I'm not doing that. Just basically halves the damage. That's basically what you need to know. So like the way it would work, so it's like if you had 50% damage reduction and guard, it would be like you're only taking 25% of the damage. So it's not like guard and 50% means 100% damage reduction, if that makes sense. So like the baseline of 50% damage reduction is then cut in half again by the guard. It's like a whole thing with numbers. What you need to know is that it's a good thing if a character has it. That's really all you need to know. At the end of the day. Something like that, yeah. A guard for a long time was like the be-all end-all. If you had it, you were good to go. That's why Tech Ultimate Gohan like ruined everything for everybody. Because his permanent guard was just too overpowered combined with the stacking they let him have. They're much more careful with how they do guard now. Very few characters just keep it permanently. And if they do keep it permanently and that's all they have, it's not enough. Because these days, bosses are hitting for multiple millions on normals. So it's like, you know, 800,000 defense with guard just ain't cutting it. It helps. It's not enough. It's like the Kendrick Lamar song. Can't say it, though. Yeah, just grinding up stones on 0 to hero. My emphasis for this series is putting everything on camera. Not everything, but substantial stuff. So that way you guys get to see that I'm doing it. Yeah, we love bosses that lock, don't we? Yeah, it's my Discord. Sometimes people like to argue in there and stuff, but, you know, we do our best. We have a little staff team there working on it. We have an encyclopedia where the homie Batman puts a lot of fun stuff. 1K stones on the Tau banner? Yeesh. I hope you didn't do that. You must have had to really wanted Tau. I've been playing a lot of Dragon Ball Legends because of the anniversary. And up until like last week, it's because I had to, because UI Goku's my favorite Goku. And whenever a new UI Goku comes out, I just have to go hard, and I hate it. But I've been looking for new games to play. I got to get back into Rebirth the Souls because my favorite form of Ichigo just got DLC. You know, I haven't played Sparking Zero in almost 8 months. Maybe we try some Gekishin Squadra. Maybe, we'll see. It doesn't really seem like a game I'd enjoy, but I have to at least enjoy the game to do content on it, right? I fear that if I did Legends and I did PvP on camera, I'd get too angry. Because I get way too worked up, way too easy. Really, when I play any game. Yeah, my UI Goku's red 1 now, but I pulled one this morning. I got that Beast Gohan and UI Goku animation. I was like, oh, so it is real. It's pretty cool to see Cell Max pop up. But with that being said, I have not had fun. Spoilers, yeah. It hasn't been on camera for a month. I would have to do like a collab with Legends where it would be like I get coached up by like another CC. Problem is I kind of know how to play the game. I'm just not very good at doing it. No, I don't stream on Twitch. I don't think my PC could handle multi-streaming. I should stream on Twitch. It's just tough with like redirecting links and stuff like that and starting from zero again. Zero to hero, Twitch channel edition. I always feel bad when people follow me on Twitch because I've literally never streamed on there. On as the Vilify that you guys know. I think like back in like 2018, I would stream it like Fortnite from my Xbox. But as a Dokkan content creator, I've never streamed on Twitch. I was never a content creator before that, aside from like one-off streams on my console, which isn't really like doing content creation. It's just streaming, but essentially me just playing the game and it happens to be recording, right? It's subjective. But I wasn't making thumbnails. I wasn't, you know, promoting it. I was just turning it on and going. Honestly, it probably would be pretty different if I did it on camera because I know people are watching and I'm like, okay, I can't make an ass of myself. I can't be slamming the desk and getting all angry. That is how you farm clips, though. Yeah, Mercenary Tao's the best unit in the game for that. It's actually crazy how good he is in there. Especially in that first phase. I don't play Clash Royale. Maybe in high school when I was like 16. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, so it's just, I don't know how well multi-streaming would work. I would have to look into it. I don't think it would be too hard to do. But I know with Streamlabs, you have to pay for it. So like if I'm going to pay to live stream, I would have to be like serious about doing it like basically every day. But it's like posting things on TikTok, right? It's like you're just depriving yourself of extra viewers or more eyes potentially on the product, if you will. The story units, which ones? Like the jacket, Goku and Vegeta, they're no good anymore. They easy 8 years ago, man. But it's good to have them done because you never know when you'll need them for an event to get something else done. Your goal should be to farm up all the free-to-play characters by the time you're done playing the game. That doesn't mean it needs to be done today or tomorrow. It just means it's something you should be working at. Like whenever a new free-to-play character drops, make sure you get it done. Because it's much easier to do when you're caught up. Yeah, there's also a pretty cool STR Gogeta. If you like the little vest pop thing that he does, that's in the super attack animation. Yeah, that too. Because Ultimate Clash is something that we were able to do the special one on Zero to Hero because there just was only like 2 fights. But like you need a pretty far along end game account to beat some of these newer Battlefield fights. That too. Back in the groove of playing daily. It's nice to be in the groove now when the game is dead because it just gets you used to the motions, and then when there's actually stuff to do, it's like you're ready to take it down. It'll also give you a head start on those who just started, right? Yeah, but not everybody's Jay Fanta. I don't think using redstone units is really the worst thing ever. Oh, you're talking about Battlefield. Yeah, but can't he usually not beat them? It's like he gets pretty far and then it's just like, it's just too much. Or it takes like till the very end of its cycle, till it's done. I have not. I'm not a big figure guy. If I were to buy figures, they would be almost exclusively for like a YouTube backdrop. Physical Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Anniversary units tend to rerun on anniversary banners. That's and maybe in the fall. That's a tough call. I'm not really sure. I would have to look and see how the 8th anniversary and 9th anniversary LRs were handled. I know the 9th anniversary LRs, they did a special little pickup for Black Friday. And they reran like super early on Global. So for Global, they like the banners went away what? July. And then they reran again in November. So like that's a really quick turnaround if you didn't pull them. And then the 10th anniversary, if you were playing during the 10th anniversary, you had no excuse to not at least get one with that Purunga Wish. So almost every player should have Tech Vegito unless they chose somebody else. You know what I mean? Because that Purunga Wish was just dumb. So if like you're somebody that played during that anniversary, there's no reason to not have Tech Vegito. Yep. When you entered, I mean, yeah, that's fine. If you can plead ignorance on things, but I'm just kind of speaking from a general standpoint. Like, you should have gotten at least one 10th anniversary LR because of that wish. Because that was always what I was telling people. I'll tell you, this drove me nuts because I just got asked it so many times. The question, and it wasn't anything wrong with the players that asked it, but the question I got a bazillion times was physical Super Saiyan 2 Gohan or Tech Gotenks. And I just had to keep saying, it's like, it's up to you, man. Like, what do you need more? Yeah, I mean, but Gotenks was a good choice if you had the other two, right? So if you had Gogeta and Vegito, Gotenks was a fine pickup. Nothing wrong with that. I went with Gotenks on JP because he was... Oh, I missed the Dragon Ball, damn. But, yeah, it's funny because Zero to Hero, I went with Jiren because I had literally everything else. I was like, I have Tech UI Goku, I have Gotenks, I have all the 10th anniversary LRs. I'm like, I guess I just pick up Jiren. Why not, right? Why the hell not? Yeah, the LR gods are really good. Those 7-year characters are still, I want to say, top 5. You could argue the gods and the 4s are like, you know, 3 and 4, 2 and 3. Very good characters. But don't worry about it too much if you don't have them right now. There's always a way to get them. Soon they'll start becoming available bluestones. Yeah, I think that makes sense because physical Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is just absolutely bonkers, bananas, bat-ish crazy, whatever you want to say. Yeah. It's very ironic that like turn 3 for all 4 of like the best characters in the game right now is like a death turn for them. I started really playing Dokkan in about 2020, started doing content in 2021. Well, just think about it. Because I believe you were able to pick up the 6 years with something, or recently. I think it was a blue stone. Not the free red stone you get. You'd have to pay for it. And I'm not suggesting you do it. I'm just saying what they might do. Favorite unit ever? AGLUI Goku. My favorite form of Goku just gapping the game was awesome. Tech UI is cool, but he's a little fraudulent in base. Physical Raditz's the GOAT, man. I'm hoping that EZA is good. That'd be so funny for content. Because we make jokes about him on like every short. That was like a running gag for a bit where I would just be like, here are the most overpowered units in Dokkan, and I would end every single one with like, and here we have Raditz. Even though Raditz would have like nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's like, here's the best Frieza characters. Here's Raditz, by the way. He sucks. It's kind of a slippery slope, because then it just kind of feels like you're copying. It's not a horrible idea, though. The thing is it wouldn't take very long. It'd be like a 10-minute video. Because I would be like, yeah, Beast Gohan's probably the 8th best unit in the game. Wrong guy to do that video, because I glaze Beast. Or I could just make it like a troll video where I put him at like 5. Even though I don't really mean it. I think on my recent top 10, I had him at like 6 or 7. Kind of high, but that's just how I felt. For me, he's just better than Grade 8 Vegeta because my Vegeta is 69% and Beast is rainbowed. So Beast is just more consistent for me. But that's why you preface it with this is based on my experience, right? I don't live on the private server, so I don't always use everything rainbowed. Yeah, because it'll be like Global Dokkan campaign and stuff like that. It's very similar to what the global anniversary will be, like a very exciting celebration in July for everybody. Because they need to sort of adjust the schedule with the sync. The first turn they should be tanking. They have guard and 77% damage reduction, so just Tao. You just want to run him on his own team and then put Earthbred fighters on the squad. So all your Gokus, your Gohans, your Piccolos, your Trunkses. That's how I would do it. But yeah, 55% units usually, unless they're brand new, can be a bit tricky, right? They usually don't design like easy A's with 55% being like the main percentage that everybody has them at. Yeah, Tech Vegeto's on that team. Because they share all the categories that Gokus and Vegetas have. Zenny, the way I would do it is find an Extreme Z battle you can pimp slap and then go past level 30. And then just keep going. Find one where you have like a lot of really good characters that are type advantage against the boss, and then just go to town. Some of the earlier EZAs, like the one against Physical Kid Buu, in Ultimate Gohan, STR Broly, AGL Dragon Fist, stuff like that. Because every run's going to be 1.5 million Zenny. Also, if you have friend points, you could do multis on those and get statues. That's at least how I would go about it. Because then once you're like caught up on having a bunch of like on the JP, I have a ton of statues. I just don't really ever use them. Yeah, I'd probably just save them and use them on the big banner, honestly. But like if you're in desperate need of statues right now, you could do the 2,000 pointers. No, I didn't play the network test. I just don't know if it's a game I'm really all that interested in. If it's like a must play, maybe we try it, but I'm not sure yet. It's the like premium friend point one where you got to do 20,000 point multis rather than 2,000. You just get better stuff because you can get Grand Kais, which are very valuable because super attack level ain't easy. Yeah, because of the new friend system update, right? Where it's like you're just using like auto-generated ones from other clears and stuff like that. Yeah, they've changed a lot of stuff like that. Like it's kind of hard to amass like red and blue coin or red and teal coins now because of pity. Where it's like, why would you ever stack your coins when you're chasing pity for like a major LR you don't have? Yeah, I mean, I want to have options, right? That's important. Best anniversary has to be 10th because of the giving out a copy of a free, like an LR for free. But yeah, I like the 7th a lot. I think 9th was really good. 2nd anniversary kind of slept on. A lot of good anniversaries. Even some of like the quote unquote mid ones were like, the 8th anniversary was very good. Just wasn't like the #1 choice for characters for a lot of people, but still a good anniversary. Yeah, but like giving out a headliner for an anniversary is it's tough to beat that. It really is. I really don't know how you do it. Just from here on out, right? It is a tough spot. Like so many fire things that the game does these days. Like the Dokkan Day tickets, those are goated, dude. Yeah, no, the only way you top it is you have better characters, then you just do it again. You know how you top it? You do 2 of them. Well, you're going to be running these characters to the 11th more than likely anyway. But that doesn't mean that you're like, there's a good chance that you want the global Dokkan campaign characters to be better, but that doesn't guarantee that it's going to happen, right? Because offensively, it is going to be very hard to do another Tech Vegito. And I mean very hard. They have to have a taunt and they got a counter. Like, that's really what it comes down to. Because no character is attacking more than Vegito on that taunt turn. Yeah, I think all of your LRs is a good starting point, but you also should just like find like a core team of 6 that you want to run and get those done. Find like the character you want to focus on the most and then kind of build a team around them. I think that would be a very good way to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Bringer. It would just have to be like, it depends on what account you're asking about. I think on Zero to Hero, it's still like 5,000. On the JP, it's like almost 5 million. Mine's not really that high, honestly, compared to a lot of other YouTubers. I'm just not a big link leveler of characters I don't care about. I could be if I wanted to, but don't really like using stones on link leveling for no reason. To each their own, though. It's not like it's a problem if you do. Right. I think Drew, if you have a Discord, joining the Discord would be pretty helpful for you because it's kind of hard to type that out. But if you were to send like, you know, pictures of your account and stuff like that, people could help you. That's why I always suggest joining it, especially if you have like beginner questions and stuff like that. Because I can't answer everything. Comes down to categories, episodes, right? Yeah. Sometimes you got some jokesters in there, but most of the time people want to help you out, so. Because they don't care about it. They'd rather do anything than let you just duplicate your friend or your own leader. Because they also want to promote a cooperative experience, I guess. Even though it creates more problems than it does for does good, right? Like the friend system lost all of its like allure when they got rid of chain battle, really. Because with chain battle, at least you had like a reason to use, excuse me, to like, you know, add new people and try different things and, you know, be active with other players. So that way you could optimize chain battle. But other than that, it's like, you know, whatever now. Chain battle was where you would use like your own setups alongside other people's and stuff like that to it's kind of complicated to explain. There would be like a boss for a set period of time, and then you would watch like you would do your own setup, and then you would have 2 friend setups that you would need to bring. So if you had like whale friends, this would be really nice because obviously the more dupes, the better. And this was a lot of based on shared links and categories with other characters to maximize the damage that you're doing to this boss. And so the way that that worked was the amount of damage you had would determine what percentage of the players you were in. And what you were aiming for was to get into the top 1%. And so if you got the top 1%, you get certain stuff. And really the main appeal of this, aside from just getting Dragon Stones, was the sheer amount of equipment that you would get, or skill orbs for your characters. It was very confusing at times, because you'd be like, why did this setup do 100 million and then this one do 125 million? It's not like World Tournament because it didn't take nearly as much time. Like World Tournament is your whole weekend, and then Chain Battle, you have like your best attempt once a day, and then you're kind of done from there. And there's plenty of gameplay out on YouTube if you want to see what it's like. It's like people that had like really like, you know, convenient whale friends would, you know, be feasting because you would have like a perfectly rainbowed setup and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think my best I've ever done is like 530 something. And that was like just my whole weekend of playing that mode. Not fun. Because the players didn't really like it, specifically the Japanese community. And it was like, because I guess they just take that feedback more serious from what I can tell. And that ultimately led to them getting rid of it. I mean, it was kind of dumb. It was like, have whale friends or, you know, kind of suffer a bit. It was very, very luck-based. At least with World Tournament, you had a little more control over what you get. Because, like, sometimes you would have, like, a perfect run, but then your pick 3 for the mode would be really bad. And then that would kind of screw you a bit. So it could be really frustrating at times. World Tournament gets it gets announced pretty far in advance. It's every few months. Really, it's just a swiping up with Piccolo Jr. Yeah, no, I mean, the Whis event is a problem right now. It's no good. I'm not. Please don't take me saying like the Whis event is better. I'd say it's a less frustrating overall experience, but it's definitely a little bit sillier because you get less orbs and 30 stamina for like a level 1 healing per orb. Orb sucks. Right. Maybe if it was giving out like 5 orbs a run or something like that, or 3 orbs a run, it'd be a little bit more worth it. But other than that, no bueno. Yeah, he's just the simplest way for me to put it without getting into like individual and nitpick rankings is just I have him in like, you know, C tier. He's up there with Glorio, Kid Goku, Hit. Exactly. If it was 15 stamina, if it was 10 stamina, so many ways they can make it better, and it's just not. But isn't that the story of Dokkan, like, entirely? It's always like, could be, should be so much better. Dokkan's done a lot of good in the last, like, you know, 2 years, though. Let's not get it twisted. Special Dokkan Day is a huge W. They've implemented a pity system, which players wanted for the longest time. A lot of good. A lot of frustrating stuff, too, though. It's not all of one or all of the other. The Million Arena, terrible. Festival of Battles, okay. Yeah, physical free-to-play hit. That's actually, yeah, he's a solid character. I agree with that. I'm a fan of that unit. Yeah, special Dokkan Day is fire, dog. I got a Whis animation for Kale and Caulifla on my JP. That was awesome. This is a cool background here. I like the kind of dark sky on the Supreme Kai planet, it looks like. That's pretty heat. I hate Festival, but I'll take another one of the... Yeah. You know what I'd rather do for 2 hours? I'd rather stack for 2 hours than reset for 2 hours. I will say that. Do I want to do either for 2 hours? Not really. But if you're going to make me pick, I'll take stacking. Yeah, but the beauty of it, Zach, is that it was free, right? It didn't cost you stones. It didn't cost you money. They're giving you a chance to avoid spending Dragon Stones, and I think that's what's important. Yeah, because then especially if you're running them alongside other domain characters, it becomes very messy. It's funny when I start talking about domains, I always make this joke, but it literally becomes like Jujutsu Kaisen, where it's just domain clashing. It's crazy. Yeah, so every special Dokkan Day when there's new banners and stuff like that, yeah, we're going to get multis. And then there's also going to be the Room of Spirit and Time event, which is like a must play because of all the leveling up and link leveling you can do. The 15th and the 30th of every month. No, I don't know how February is going to work yet. Yeah. But hey, I mean, that's still clearing red zones if you're newer. Like, that's dope, man. Good stuff. Some endgame players didn't beat Legic on the first try. I won't say who, but... No. I use a Shure MV6. If it doesn't sound good, let me know. Probably a Streamlabs thing. I used to have a Blue Yeti, but I replaced it in the spring. It was time for an upgrade. This microphone? I don't remember. I will say of the Shure brand, it was not the most expensive one. Because there's like an SM7B that's an XLR input, and this one is just USB-C. Because if I were to get like the SM7B, it would have been, I would have had to have also gotten a thing. I forget what it's called. And I don't have a ton of room on my desk up at college or here. So this just made more sense for me. Zach, honestly, that's what I feel like I'm here for. To try and make it a little less confusing. Even if a little bit. STRUI Goku. Yeah. He's one of my favorite characters of all time, but he is hella frustrating. All right, Harry, thank you for stopping by, man. Yeah, I promise I'm going to try and do my best to stream more. I can't be like, yeah, I'm going to stream every day, but we're definitely going to be trying to get more out. Because especially when the game is like pretty boring right now, I have to be streaming. Helps me stay connected with the audience, right? Even if they don't go crazy. That's why we need GDC, man. Just need people watching Dokkan again. Yeah. Universe 6 versus Universe 7, Goku and Hit. We talked about that for a long time. I mean, that was just like a free and easy dual Dokkan fest. Yeah, and like him not being very good definitely did not help like the interest in the game, right? Where it's like, oh boy, the best character in the game, Hit and Kid Goku, huzzah, right? Like, or best T-War in the game, excuse me. No, Tanabata's being relocated to a different spot during the year, and it's probably going to be renamed to like the Thank You Celebration or something like that. Because Tanabata doesn't really make any sense for global, because it's not a holiday worldwide. So it'll just be like another Dokkan Fest LR in the fall somewhere. And it'll be called, like I said, the Thank You Celebration or something like that. So the overall like characters that we're getting during the year isn't going to change, but where they come out, no. So yeah, Worldwide Download Celebration is moving up. And it's becoming the Global Dokkan campaign, which is supposed to be, in the devs' words, not mine, an anniversary level celebration. We'll see if they deliver on that. It's definitely a TBD type of thing, but that is at least what they're saying. But I really don't have any like doubt in what's going on. Like, they usually come through when it comes to like the big stuff. I don't think it needs to be full Daima, but at the very least part 1, right? I think a Dr. Arinsu character would be really cool. We need Ku and Do, right? The Tamagami. I think a fun free-to-play team would have been like that police force that's kind of like the Ginyus. Obviously, a giant form Goma is probably coming. That's going to be awesome. So much like potential with the Daima celebration. We'll just have to see where it goes. Because for the most part, it's pretty untouched, man. Like, obviously we have stuff, but it's not crazy, right? Like Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, we've got Super Saiyan Goku, we have Glorio, and then there's just kind of like little nooks and crannies here. We've got the free-to-play Goku and Vegeta. A lot of potential. Super excited to see how it plays out. This idea that they have to wait for anniversary for Daima, though, I disagree with. LRH. Who? Yeah, thank you, Bringer. I'm just... I'm not being mean. I was just confused. You had me thinking. AGL Jiren, he's all right. All good, all good. I get it now. He's all right. He's a 200% lead, so that's nice. Like pure 200. So that's always convenient. Especially if like you're not too far along, but you're not going to be able to like bring him into like the hardest fights in the game and dominate. His standby is really good though. Very defensive. Yeah, like right in between worldwide. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. He'll be very impressive for you as if you're a newer player, but if you're in that end game and stuff like that, it's like, You can definitely get some good mileage with him. It's like, in theory, if you were to pull that STR Evolution Blue Vegeta, he would be a 220% lead for that. Or Physical Super Saiyan 2 Gohan would be another good example. Because, like, that's the modern Carnival LR is a 220% lead. So, like, Gohan's full power, Goku and Frieza's Battle of Fate, right? Super Saiyan 4 Goku is great hit power. Like, a lot of good stuff in there. Walmart cooler. STR Cooler's EZA is going to be fun. I mean, it's basic, but it's just Goku, man. UI Goku is my favorite specifically. I think True UI from the manga might be my favorite version of it. Some of them are fun. Every once in a while, you get like a gem of an extreme class unit. And that's always a good time, but it's not often, right? Those are the special ones. They're keepers, right? In like 10 minutes, I'm going to run downstairs and get some water. Got to stay hydrated up here. Yeah, who knows? Definitely seems like there's some demand for it. Exactly. It's like, who's going to make more money? Cooler or Gogeta? At the end of the day, it's a business, right? I want a new Majin Vegeta. Legends is a little PTSD for Majin Vegeta right now, but it happens, man. It's just setting you up for a big comeback. Everyone's going to remember the story. Yeah, I mean, do you know the email that you use? You could probably try and recover it. Not really sure. That's a bit of an interesting story you got there. Yeah, it's just deleted from your device, not the servers. The data still exists out there, you know? Right. Issues below our pay grade, man, or above our pay grade. I mean, whatever works for you, brother. Listen, wait, it happens. Yeah, exactly. I accidentally re-roll. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I'm excited to get back to doing like not just zero to hero grinding, right? Kind of like doing some hard stuff on stream. You know, using these characters I summoned for, you know what I mean? This is a long chapter with a lot of stop signs, man, or area. No, chapter, I was right. Just da 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 da. AGL Jiren with double tech UI. There you go. Which fight is AGL Jiren? That battle hard and formidable foes. Goku story. Right. It's hard to keep up with all these typings, man. So many different bosses these days. Super Diver crossover, definitely not a guarantee, but I wouldn't be like shocked. Yeah, the Goku one is mad annoying because of the dodge disabling. First LR I ever pulled? Oh man. Honestly, I don't remember. I think Majin Vegeta, the AGL one. If I had to guess. You know, gun to my head type situation. Easy A Goku Black. Nice, man. The SSR art's pretty raw for that character. Yeah, but that could also just mean that they put it down for the day and like came back. Oh, you're talking the int one. I thought you meant the tech one. The int one has good SSRR too, though. That's a tough one. Probably just like an Italian sub or something. Probably not. Especially not on 0 to Hero. I only did stuff for Tao because the account literally just started and we just needed a few characters. Yeah, tacos are really good too. I'm a soft shell guy. I'm bad at eating hard shell ones. They just make a mess. Yeah, I like both, but if you're gonna give me a choice, give me the less messy option. It's like a 50% chance the whole thing is just on the plate. Soft Dorito, I don't think I've ever had that. Yeah. Can't go wrong with either, though. Never heard of it. Got to be careful saying that because then I'll box myself. My go-to Mexican chain is just Chipotle. I know, I'm an innovator. Yeah, let me look it up right now on maps. Crazy. Yeah, I get it. Well, what's your favorite dish there then, without getting like too specific? Maybe it's got a signature name or something. Yeah, I try and space them out just a little bit, so that way we have stuff to grind, right? Because if I upload it every day, then it kind of loses its some of its luster, if you will. Now, is that just like because it has like fish in it or something? Because isn't San Diego like a big fish taco place? Like regionally? No. I could have sworn that was a thing. It was like shrimp tacos, fish tacos. It's a burrito at Rio. Okay. $50. Yeah, 5-pound burrito. You're eating, that's like food for like 4 days. I don't think that's what he's talking. I think he's saying like where he eats. Yeah, but Zach, he's not talking about Rio right now. Bringer, I've heard some of your pizza choices. Don't think I forgot. Weren't you talking about like a $15 slice? Which is like the most ludicrous thing ever. You can go to Domino's with a coupon and get like 2 medium pizzas for 15 bucks. I know Domino's ain't the best, but yeah, Domino's, they do like a pan iron pizza. It's really good. I really like that. It's kind of a different feeling on that. You know, I know what you mean. Yeah, do you know how crazy that sounds? $54 for 2 items from a pizza joint? That's a used PS5 game, brother. Yeah, it just depends on how you feel about seafood. I like calamari. I know my dad doesn't. Yeah. I like their cheesy bread. I can't see them shine without the well, the thing with LR Extreme Z battles is you need to make sure that at all times the legendary power link is active. So you really don't want to be using TURs unless you know you can take it out in one turn. Like before the TUR takes a hit. So like specifically, hold on. Let me we're going to take a pause from the 0 to hero for just 1 second. Let me just see specifically how I did this Extreme Z battle. Oh, I'm really when it comes to sushi, I'm really basic. Just give me like a spicy tuna roll, a spicy crab roll, spicy salmon, right? I'm good to go. All right, so if we go over, we're not going to be here long, I promise. But if we go over here and then we go to the Extreme Z battle, I just want to see what I did. And then maybe this could help you help your dad out. Is this even live right now? I don't think, is it in the portal? Yeah. All right, so here's the team that I used personally. It's really just like that legendary power link. And then also, if your dad has Tech Caulifla, make sure she's on the team as well, because she's going to have guaranteed dodging against Pure Saiyans. So that's going to count. And then this character, they're never going to be able to take hits in that stage. So it'll be very helpful for you. That's how I would do it. Maybe take a screenshot, you know, show it to your goldfish. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that too. Like, go look and see if they can copy and paste like teams from the trending tab, right? Yeah, I don't even think I could pay my dad to play Dokkan. That'd be so funny. That would be a nightmare. Like it would be kind of ironic though. It's just like, oh yeah, remember when you tried to teach me how to do the the Pythagorean theorem and I couldn't figure it out and you got pissed off? Now it's my turn. What do you mean? Just put him in slot 2. What's slot 2? Yeah. My dad was a big fan of the like Pong and stuff. I think he liked pinballs and things like that too. But oh, you know what game he really liked? Some of y'all might know this. Battle for Bikini Bottom. He was a big fan of that. He didn't speedrun it, but he liked to play it on the PlayStation 2. Yeah. Hey, everyone grows up in different eras, man. Well, guess what, guys? I'm 26, so my dad's not 30. You know what I mean? The game since day one, yeah. That's all good. The beauty of those EZAs is they only get easier over time as units get better, so don't worry about it too much. Yeah, I couldn't imagine mine playing an FPS. Also couldn't imagine him, I'm just trying to think about it now. He was big on Temple Run. Yeah, he was a big fan of that. I don't remember if they liked Angry Birds or not, but I know they like Temple Run. I remember like grinding that on the bus to school and stuff like that way back in the day, man. I think the highest I got to was like 9 million. I felt like the man. Yeah, Temple Run was a lot of fun. Such a simple premise. Yeah. I was a youngin' too, maybe like 11, 12. Right? Yeah, it is really crazy how much more common mobile gaming has become over the years. It's just ironic because all of us here are players of a mobile game. And it's like, I mean, look at how this game has evolved since 2015, right? Yeah, right. Well, once they find that there's demand in like an industry, it's just all taken over. I remember like when I used to kind of be into like sneakers and stuff, that was like a huge problem. Still is. It's probably even worse now. Magic the Gathering, no, but I got a buddy that likes it. I know like the most basic premise of it. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I can converse about it. Yeah, Bleach is my favorite. Jujutsu Kaisen's fun. I'm reading Naruto at the moment. I'm like a fifth of the way through Hunter x Hunter. One Piece, I'm like, I don't know, 70% done. Yeah, I've heard that about JoJo's a lot. Yeah, but I'm 150 chapters into Naruto right now. Itachi just showed up. That's where I got to and then stopped for a little bit. Because I read a decent bit the other day. I couldn't help but notice how the exams were literally like exactly like Hunter x Hunter, though. Especially at like the start where it's like you're introduced to like 1,000 new characters and there's like a fight to the death and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I remember this was like 7 years ago, so don't take too much into this. My brother told me it was like, you can just skip part 1 if you ever want to get into it. And this was when I was like exclusively Dragon Ball, and this was a long time ago. So like I said, don't think too much about it. It's for me, it's like with JoJo's, it's just the art style kind of puts me off a bit. I just don't really find the character designs very appealing. I'm sure the story's fine, and it's like, you know, that's really just about it. The one we just listened to was one of them. I love Physical Janembas. Right? It was extremely predictable that like the last question was going to be there was no question, right? Like that was so obvious. They finally stuck with one. That's cool. Yeah, I always hear about how GER can just like solo everything. Because I'm not really like a cross-verse guy. Where I'm like, oh, Goku could beat this character from this, right? It's like, I really don't care. And sometimes it's like painfully obvious, right? Where it's just like, what's Naruto doing against Goku, right? Like, I mean, come on. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and like argue it all day type of things. Like people are just biased, and like, if your mind is like dead set on something, you're especially in like opinions and stuff, you're just not changing your mind, right? You think One Piece is better than Dragon Ball. I can't change your mind. There's nothing I can do. And that's not to say that one is better than the other, right? It's just to say like how you think is like, you're just not going to change the way you think, especially when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, but they're going to be saying the same thing about One Piece. Like, I mean, it's still going. This is a good OST as well. It's kind of different. The banner unit. The issue is right now is I'm using a file on my computer that's just playing like a 6-hour mix because it's just easier that way. Sometimes like using browser audio just gets funky. I would say that time skipping is like a hack, and Whis has some hacks too, man. I mean, he just has Bulma like give birth quick and painless. I'd say that's a hack. Whis can reverse time and stuff. Like Zeno can just erase things. I mean, that's just what happens, right? Like, how much higher can the Super Saiyan form go, right? How much faster and how much more lifespan can they drain? It's like, eventually you gotta kind of reinvent it, right? So God Ki existed, and then Ultra Instinct existed. Right, it's how things go. It's how you keep things funky. Ginyu can literally just steal your body and switch into another one, right? Yeah, so you just get like specific sets of redstones, like Aya said, depending on the celebration. So most of the time these days for major ones, like they said, we get 3. And now I'm just kind of relaying the message in case someone's not reading chat, right? So like during Anniversary, during Global Dokkan campaign, they're going to give you 3. And then the best thing to do with those is just wait. And then see how the celebration goes, what Super Easy A's happen, what Easy A's happen, then you make the choice. Yeah, sometimes it happens, man. But you'll learn to just use them in the future. So it's not too much of an L. You took a lesson from it. That's why you got to have notifications on for Vilify when he puts out videos telling you which characters to use. Especially when he makes a second video telling you, all right, make sure you use these. It's all good though, man. At the end of the day, those characters aren't like making or breaking your account. They're just nice to have. You're not going to be behind the curve by 4 years if you forget to pick up Super Easy A Buhan, right? Because usually Super Easy A's are meant to complement like a good team around them. This is a good OST too. I like this Tech number 1 a lot. To get LR AGL Bardock? I don't know. You could probably get it done in a day if you just put your mind to it. You just got to farm a lot of gems, no? It's funny how those guides work, where I kind of make them and then they just go out of my mind. I think you just grind gems, and that will definitely... I'm happy that you said that, because that could just be like a dedicated episode for Zero to Hero, right? Like I can see it now, getting the best free unit in Dokkan, Zero to Hero episode 6, right? Like I could see it now, because Bardock didn't exist during the first one. That title kind of design like belonged to like Vegito Blue. See, that's why I ask you guys for feedback, because then you give me ideas like that. I'll have to write that one down. Do a Bardock grind episode, and then if it takes 2 hours, just don't edit it, so it takes 2 hours. I'm like, and if you just do this and follow along with me, you will be done by the end of it. Ready, set, go. Yeah, something like that's a way to put it. I could just imagine it's like, hey guys, I'm coming at you. I'm dumping this one raw on you. Usually when I want to do like 45 minutes of talking, that's when I get Minato on for a collab. Because he's good at that. I'm terrible at it. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, those are probably. I wonder who the most like anticipated Super Easy A is. Is it Physical Vegito Blue? The Super Saiyan 4s, maybe? Excluding LRs, of course, because we're just not looking at that right now. Yeah. Yeah, like people threw this term around out for Ginyu a lot, where they're like his Easy A is unfumbleable. That's kind of the same case I feel like for that's what I thought about Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, where it's like, how do you mess up 80% damage reduction for 10 turns? That felt pretty hard to do, and dadgummit, they did it. Omatsu always finds a way. Ken, he always finds a way, man. That's why we love him. All I know is I think we're like 20 minutes away from the Yajirobe OST. And that means it's time to throw it back. Yeah. So the philosophy is like every character that comes out is going to get an Easy A, right? So like Tech Vegito is gonna Easy A if the game makes it to that point, which I think it will. So yeah, that Metal Cooler Goku and Vegeta needed an Easy A week after they came out, right? They dropped the ball on that character. So, and that Easy A could be pretty soon. Like they're coming up on 3 years old, so we're probably about like a couple, a year maybe away from that. So. That'll be a really interesting set of Easy A's because they'll probably Easy A alongside STR Cooler, and LR STR Cooler has to be like in the top 20 for like Easy A's that people are most excited about right now. Within reason, right? Yeah, the morale boost condition, it has to be one or the other. It can't be like doing Super Zen taking hits, right? You really got to get rid of the taking hits because their kit screams, we want to be in slot 1, but they can't go in slot 1. Yeah, so like to me, the 7th anniversary Easy A's are probably the most anticipated of all time. At least in the last few years, right? Next year is not going to be the same because I don't think that many people care. I didn't mean to click that. The 5th year Easy A's were very anticipated, right? The 6th year ones were as well. The 4th year ones were kind of a surprise when they came out, in my opinion. So that was really fun. I think in Super Saiyan 4 Goku's Easy A is going to be pretty exciting. Vegeta and Trunks is going to be an insane Easy A. Just based on how insane that character was when they dropped. Like, they do not need to do much for Vegeta and Trunks to be, like, top 5 again. They just need to, like, crank up the damage reduction, make their numbers a bit higher. They're good to go. Basically, permanent guard in slot 1, stacking, support on their active skill, really good leader skill. Bond of Parent Child still is missing that like crazy lead. And that's definitely like by design because they know how stupid that category is, right? Yeah, especially when they aged out Bringer, because like in their prime, it didn't matter because you didn't want to move them. But like if they got locked, it was a death sentence. I'd say Orange Piccolo's EZA is pretty anticipated, but we're probably a decent bit away from that. Physical Ultimate Gohan has a chance to be really good if you link him up with Beast Gohan. Beast Gohan's EZA is going to be in 2027. We know that. Yeah, think about it, chat. We're only about 20 months away from Beast Gohan EZA. Mark your calendars. Who else would be like a fun EZA that hasn't dropped yet? Int Majin Vegeta would be a good EZA. Ginyu, unfortunately, was fumbled. How they did that, I don't know. Physical God Goku, people are going to be pretty excited for. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they would just crank it up to like 12 turns or something. Now, I wouldn't mind it because I've been going to bat for that character. I think I put them. So I remember during the anniversary, this was only when we had Battle Hard and Formidable Foes, by the way. So just keep that in mind when I say this next bit. I put Beast Gohan at 1A, 1B, 1C with the 10-year like fusions, and people were pissed. It's like, listen, like, slot 1, these two can't do anything on the first turn. Beast Gohan protects them. They complement each other, damn it. I don't know. Minato agreed with me, so that has to count for something, right? He's got a good head on his shoulders. Reed's ran a girlfriend, though, so I don't know. Yeah. It's Boa, not Bulma, but I got you. Yeah, you got it. That's what I'm saying. All I said was that they complemented each other. I think Vegito had the best ceiling. Gogeta probably had the most utility. But in Battle Hard of Formidable Foes, which was the hardest fight at the time, we did not have those red zones yet. We didn't have the Festival of Battles yet. That Beast Gohan was a perfect little anchor to keep them safe. People were pissed. Yeah, it's Buddha. Yeah. That's fair enough. The thing with AGL Gogeta was that you had to kind of cheese like a Ghost Usher tech in Battle Hard and Formidable Foes. But you still had to wait until what? Turn 3, turn 4 for that? So it's like, who cares? Right. So I didn't get bold, right? I didn't say Beast Gohan is definitively better than these two. I said they're all like tied for first right now, in my opinion. And people, I think, were just so sick and tired of hearing about Beast Gohan. I think that's what it was. And honestly, that's fair. Like, we did basically do just like a year straight of like, oh, Beast is the best. There's nobody better than Beast, right? Like, it's like, I get that. If you don't have 3,000 stones ready to go for Beast, you're not playing the game right. Like, it was bad. So I kind of get that. But I'm just telling you how I feel. It's my video, damn it. Gogeta and Vegito, it's just kind of like, it's just funky because standalone, it's like, they're technically, I don't know, the game is dumb. That's what it is. The argument is like, if you mix two of something that's pure, technically it's not pure or something, I don't know, it's dumb. They just don't want to break the Pure Saiyans category, even though it's already broken. Int Tora and AGL LR Bardock. I would just depends on the bosses that you're fighting. Maybe if you're fighting a physical boss, take out an int character. Yeah, but it's like, the thing is it's a single player game. Balance really shouldn't matter that much. Yeah, unit categories. How Namek Goku's not on Revenge, I'll never understand that. Shout out to Truth for the rapid growth video. That's a good like 45-minute watch. Some of y'all, if you haven't seen it, it's very funny. I think it's called like the rapid growth categories and insult to our intelligence. Because like UI Goku and Goku Black aren't on it. Even though like UI has to be like the epitome of rapid growth. Because in real time, like the Tournament of Power, Goku goes from just learning Ultra Instinct to quote unquote getting like the true version of it in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Nah, Imagine Power's a really good team. Maybe not like so much now, but that team was like pretty good not too long ago. Yeah, but like that's the thing, Bringer. It's just like such stupid restrictions to make excuses for characters to not be on it that it's just really dumb. Right. Because he trained with Piccolo. I know Inhuman Deeds also was not the best. All Out Struggle, Revenge, lots of teams in this game are just no good. They had like a run in 2020 where it was bad. It's just like they could not take a W with categories. Like Earth Protecting Heroes, I'd say is pretty good. Successors isn't terrible. Right? Mission Execution was not their best work. But that's also just like a bad category in general that they didn't need to make. Just doing it for the sake of doing it, right? Right, because that's what I'm saying, but like he learned like the demon moveset, like you said. Like I don't think Pan knows the Makanko Sapo, or you know what I'm saying? Or the Masenko or anything like that. And maybe she does, we just haven't seen it yet. I doubt she knows the Special Beam King. I highly doubt that. That's true as well. Hey, it's not successfully protected if it's not saved, right? Ichigo would be on that category. Actually training with Piccolo, it's just dumb, right? whole bunch of silly stuff they got going on there. That's why they should just not make new teams anymore. Just be better leads for the categories we already got, man. Because it's like, what's the hit rate on categories? Like 1 of every 3, 1 of every 4, I feel like. Right. Well, Tech Vegito's there because Goku's there. Yeah, back in the day, Super Saiyan 3 was extremely hard because it was like a team of 6 you needed. Otherwise, you were just really going to struggle. You have to remember, though, Dragon Ball Z Master, that Super Battle Road is dead restricted to categories. So it's not like you can just run any team in all the stages. Sub goal for me to go there? Well, I would have to see, A, how far it is. Because if we're talking 300 miles, then that's going to be quite a hefty sub goal, because that's a long drive. But if it's like 20, I don't know, 1,000 extra more subs, and I'll do it. Like 500, I'd have to look. You know what I can do? As long as I can look it up on my computer. You said it's called Rio Grande? Hold on. I need the exact name. Is it just Rio Grande Mexican restaurant? No, I'm not even hungry right now. I ate dinner before this. I just want to see, like... yeah, I don't see it. I think this might just be like I don't know if it's a national chain or not, man. That's what I did, and the closest one that came up, I never heard of this place. And it was a couple states up. Yeah, I hear you. I feel like there may be more productive sub goals that we could do than I just go eat a burrito. I think once the stream motion gets going again, I want to do like a really long charity stream. Well, we just got to get them going again. Like, we're going consistently, and, you know, we're all showing out, so it could be something worth our time, for everybody's time, right? So we could do something for a good cause. I think that'd be fun. Right? But the thing is that's a two-way street. In order to get that motion going again, I got to be streaming again. It's really just like the game has to pick up again. It's like, it's so hard to just like come on here and be like, all right, let's just play Quest. Right? Like, the 15th is special Dokkan Day. So we get tickets, we get the Time Chamber event back. Right? Oh, that's in 2 days. Oh my God. Let's go. So I think actually that's tomorrow for us for JP mains. Let's go, dude. We're actually so back. It's crazy. Nice. I think I have like 100 on the main account. I'm not too worried about it though. We just hoop out here these days. Dokkan Day means link leveling. Exactly. I think this Dokkan Day, I'm going to finish up Kale and Caulifla and Jiren on the main account. Really, if I'm playing a Dragon Ball gacha, it's Legends lately. Just because anniversary. Means in most cases, there's more to do. If you're doing the bare minimum, there's more to do than Dokkan right now. The last couple days, I've been just resetting that stupid million arena, dog. But I should qualify pretty high. I had Tau at like 300 million, so I should be good. I would imagine that's going to be a pretty good score, but I could be wrong. Well, the thing is like, I like Legends. It's okay if you don't, but it's just a game I can't play year round. I gotta take breaks. Well, they took away like the really good one with the soul panels. Exactly. Playing the raids. Especially if you're early on, you can afford to kind of like play like against bots in PvP and you'll be ranking up pretty quick. Not ranking up, but like, you know, getting stuff like that. Well, Brian, now's not the time to take a break. This is where you can get the most amount of stuff. CC, Z power, triple Z power on the banners. You know, just the game's pretty slow, Jay. Just doing our best to weather the storm till the global Dokkan campaign. I mean, you don't have to be like a hardcore player to take advantage of LFZ power. CC is for the casuals too, man. It's not like you have to grind God rank. I don't even do that. I say that like I could. I don't know if GT is a guarantee, but I'm feeling pretty good about Daima at this point. I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't Daima related, at least in some capacity, but we'll see. I think if they push Daima off again, that basically means it's for anniversary or the thank you celebration. Yeah, Bringer. I think my power level would be much higher if I had an auto clicker. You know what I mean? It's just manually doing it could be such a pain in the butt. Well, it's okay to go for dupes if you're summoning on a banner like that, because the main thing that you should be looking for is how many Dokkan Festival LRs are on this banner, right? I think that's important to note. I mean, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just uncommon. I can't tell you what your favorite and what your not favorite is, right? On the Magic Link level stage. Damn, has the auto clicker got nerfed that hard? You can't replay quest anymore? I remember at one point you're like, once I figure this out, I'll send you the footage and you can make a video. And I was like, word? That's crazy. What about Easy A's? Because that's like another good way to get Zenny. Is just auto click and easy, easy A. Easy, easy A. Yeah, so Dragon Ball Z Master, legendary summons, the general rule of thumb is to not even summon on them. Well, they're a carnival, weren't they? So I guess that's a little different. But 1,000, I think, is too much. Right now, so excluding the special Dokkan Day stage, it's Area 35, Stage 6. Or if you want like a little bit faster runs, then Area 38, Stage 7, Area 34, Stage 4. There's multiple options. It all just depends on your preference. 35-6 would be like the most basic answer, though. I like 38-7, though, because it has a pretty high link level rate, and you're only fighting one enemy. So you just have to watch like one super attack if you have a good team. Where sometimes you're fighting 5 enemies in 35-6, and it's going to take you 2 turns. But you can get away with either. That's the beauty of it. Right. But the thing is, Bringers, I feel like 90% of players are not just like using SRs, right? So it's like usually dying and link leveling isn't an issue. But that is a good point. You want to at least make sure you're running like an all types leader or something. Yep, I know a lot of people think that way. Like do the discounts, get like a buy 3, get 1, all that stuff. Spenders will usually be like, okay, I'm doing the tickets and then stopping. But especially now, like the free-to-play players got such a nice help with the special Dokkan Day tickets. Really all players did. It's just free to play especially because it gives you a chance to summon on banners that typically you shouldn't be summoning on. Always something to keep a note. Yeah, Tao, exactly. I ended up getting Kale and Caulifla with the tickets. And Jiren. So pulling Jiren saved me 500 Carnival coins. It was the painful realization I'm never going to spend those things, man. Like my teal coins, I have nothing to buy with them. So it's like, do I just get a dupe in somebody or do I just hold on until I need something? That's the question. And I don't have the answer to right now. Yeah, nice. That's not, I mean, for any banner, the 200 stones is not bad. And I know you know that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just such a good concept where it's like, here is just an opportunity, right? Because people will always like, because it's always just kind of funny to me when people will be like, I got nothing with these. And I always just say, well, hey, at least they were free, right? You can't really be upset if you don't get anything when it's just like free tickets. Didn't cost you $1 out of your pocket. Didn't cost you a stone. Eventually, you're going to get lucky if they keep doing them. It's just the law of averages. And then when you do get lucky, it's a movie. Yeah, so it's funny you say that because like I did a video and the video did horrible. I think it's because of my thumbnail, just because I had Super 17 and 13 on it. But I'm like, I just don't know who's going to be on this category if it's mission execution. Like that category is just god awful. I don't know. It's like, I think we could get a Super 17. I think we could get a Fuse 13. I doubt they go back to Dragon Ball. It could be that TN, excuse me. That seems to be like the hot choice right now because of that asset that was shown. Yeah, so. But like, it's one of those situations where it's like, I could be disingenuous here and put like Super Saiyan like 4 Goku from Daima on it, but it's like, that's not who I think it's going to be. So it's like, why would I do that to you? And so I was like, let me put who I think it's going to be on the thumbnail. Not a good idea. That video did not do well. Neither did my guide today. That video did horrible. But that's content creation. Some things are going to do better than others. It doesn't help that like I feel like nobody's watching Dokkan on YouTube right now. That doesn't help. Yeah, Android 13 would be really cool. I'd have no issue with that. I don't think I'd summon, but I have no issue for it. Yeah, it's very funny. I mean, Kid Boo's gotten plenty of characters, like plenty, but it's just it's bizarre. No LR Kid, like, what's up, Zeno? I think that like I'd be interested to see by the end of the lifespan if we have it. I think we will, but I think it'd be very funny if we don't. I don't know. I don't keep track, Zach, for my own health. I will say not a ton anymore. At this point, it's like I spend on it like I spent like someone would spend on a hobby, right? Like I usually add stones during the anniversary, during like worldwide download celebration, maybe Tanabata. But other than that, I'm pretty chill. Like maybe I buy the Link skill packs every couple months. But I am definitely not like a spend till I get the character guy or rainbow the character. I just can't. Yeah, you can't. It just wouldn't be good for the mental to be like, how much should I put into this mobile game? I just have aspirations to be a content creator, so I don't really see it as bad if I do. Yeah. Yeah, I think overall, I think you should be free to play. I think at the end of the day, that's the smart way to go about it. Because I have never like come on here and been like, you need to spend money, right? I've like recommended if you are going to spend, you should get X or Y, but I'll never say like you need to spend money in order to compete, in order to do this and do this, do that. Sometimes they have like nice deals, right? Where it'd be like you can get like 77 stones for like $6. And it'd be like, okay, that's an okay deal. But if you can't afford to do it, then don't do it. Right, exactly. I try my best to be like super, super careful when I talk about that. Just because I don't want to give anybody the wrong idea. So like if it comes off as like shitty, then you just need to let me know and then I can sort of reword it in the future. Yeah, it's a fun character. Like, it's just objectively speaking, sometimes they do good deals. That's just how it is. Can the beginner team carry a? I'm not sure. It's I guess we're gonna find that out together, man. And that's okay. You just don't have to. I just can't recommend it because it's just You need to level them up via increasing their super attack level in the training section. Either use Elder Kais or Grand Kais, or find a way to farm up that character's super attack by obtaining characters of the same name. So like if you have a base Goku, go find some base Gokus you can farm up, and then you can do that. Yeah, so just same name characters. It varies from a unit to unit basis. Yeah, the Giru guide as well is very helpful. I used to have to tell people go to like the Dokkan wiki and look at the bottom of the page, but nowadays they let you use the Giru guide, and that is super, super helpful. As a JP player, I don't really get to take advantage of that. Well, it could just be the way that you're using the characters. Maybe you don't have them on the right leader skill. Maybe you don't have them. Maybe you haven't done the hidden potential yet. I mean, there's a bazillion different factors that can go into it. It's hard to tell you just by like freestyling or guessing. Yeah, I would farm the Super Strike character. Just get them done because then you just have like nice little free characters to fill out teams if you need to. You never know when you're going to need a 6th character on a squad. This intro is such a yap fest though. The missions also make it very easy to farm up those characters, Soul Shock. This is the Int Vegeta and Trunks intro animation OST. $5,000 damage. That doesn't sound right. I would suggest joining the Discord, taking screenshots, and then having people help you out there. It'd be easier to just have a visual. Yeah, no problem. I would say at this point, though, the channel has grown quite a bit. I mean, $25,000 isn't like huge, but it's definitely a decent number, right? Especially on Dokkan. But I appreciate the kind words. It's easy to go into a stream because it's not like there's like a gazillion people here, so super easy to go back and forth with y'all. That's why I like streaming. Yeah, exactly. Could just be you're not running them on a leader skill. No, I just think they had an idea that was a swing and a miss. I think the concept behind it is awesome, but they just didn't execute. Because nuking events aren't fun where you can just lose to damage. Like, that's not the point of the event. It is very, very silly that you have to worry about stunning when you're trying to nuke. No items I'm fine with, frankly. It's just the fact that the boss is hitting you, and they're hitting you damn hard. Yeah, it's dumb. Like, I really, really, really like the premise of, like, let's compete in an event that isn't, like, who wants to commit their whole weekend to this boring mode, right? This is, like, actually kind of fun. Like, the idea of, like, let's see who can nuke the enemy the hardest. But, like we said, having to worry about actually, like, losing to damage stinks, right? Where it's like, oh, the Broly, like, you know. Yeah, it's just dumb. This is a good intro or OST too. I really like this one. This is the Gamma 2 one. This one really kind of captures the vibe of Gamma 2 in a good way. What PC games? I'm not a PC gamer. The closest thing I have to it is Bleach Brave Souls, because I play that on my PC. But I play on my PlayStation. I need to get Elden Ring Night Rain soon. Try that out. Maybe just tweet me on Twitter or something. I don't know. It's kind of strange that, like, you know, even schools want you on Discord these days. It's always funny. It'll be like, connect your Discord to your university. I'm like, how about no? I'm good on that. Thanks, though. GTA 3. Nice. I have to go back to the old GTAs. I never really played them. I gave like GTA 4 a little bit of time, and then I played an ungodly amount of GTA 5 in my life. Not like elementary schools or middle schools, but like I know a lot of university systems, like people like to do stuff through Discord. A buddy of mine who goes to a medical school had to make one for his university. So like his whole legal name was his Discord name, and I was like, you probably don't want to do that, man. And he's like, yeah, I had to do it for university. I was like, I guess. It just depends on your team synergy, man. Are you running a proper leader skill? It's so hard to like kind of base it off of what you're saying. That's why I was suggesting the Discord. But if you don't have it, you don't have it. Not a big deal. Typically they buff characters that are under a certain condition in the passive. So if it says all allies this, then every ally on the team gets it. If it says super class allies, then it's your super class ones. If it's extreme, extreme. Typing, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, exactly. Maybe put it on Reddit or something and then link the post. And then Bringer will click the link, and if it's a bad link, he'll let us know. Because that's what he's here for. He's the unpaid intern, and that's a joke. I mean, if he doesn't have a Discord, he doesn't have a Discord. It doesn't matter that much. I'd like to help you, but it's tough just based off of this. All right, man. Do what you gotta do. It's just because we're trying to help you with your problem, and it's sort of a tough one to figure out. This is eating through my stamina, huh? Maybe doing the Dokkan Day thing to get to like level 180 on like the second day of the account maybe wasn't the best idea. But guess what? Dokkan Day's in 2 days, so we just get to grind it some more. And it's going to be a movie. We're going to be like level 400 with like 7 characters in our box. I think we finished at 630 on the OG Zero to Hero. I still have that account. I'm deciding what I want to do with it. Part of me wants to give it away, but another part of me is like, there's nothing to do on that account for anybody. Well, there is now, because I didn't play it much in the spring. That's a good OST. That's Physical Beast Gohan's. Beastless Gohan's. Yeah. That'd be fun. The problem is what happens if we do the giveaway and like Batman wins it or something. And like I know he has like an account that's probably better than mine on JP. I'm about to sneeze. All right, we're good. It's one of those weird, like, fake out sneezes where, like, it happened, but it didn't. This little badge next to y'all's name is pretty cool. Bringer's number 3, Aya's number 1. Does YouTube have channel points yet? No? Okay. Yeah, Bringer, I about to say, if anybody knows like YouTube stream chats, it's you. If there's one thing y'all know about Bringer, he's everywhere. A guy with like a new creator with like 20 subs will be streaming and Bringer will be in there. It's crazy. He works his way around, man. Like the infamous Mr. Baby stream, Bringer's in that VOD. Like you get to see him in there. He was there for history. We got to celebrate his modversary at some point soon. I think he's been a mod for almost 2 to 3 years now. I think I've been streaming since 2023. Worst thing about Dokkan scheduling, honestly, is that the anniversary lines up like right when the university semester starts, and it sucks. Because it's like, oh, this thing's happening at 4 in the morning. It's like, oh, I got class at 8. Having to get up at like 3 in the morning, do the stream, and then go to class. We did get a TUR of Super Saiyan 3 Masked Goku Black. Yeah, I'm a visual and sound media major. I don't know. If it's anything political, then we probably shouldn't talk about it. Yeah, the Heroes collabs are done. 2024 was the last one. Yeah, it's like it's a lot of stuff with like TV and film production. So like properly lighting a room for a shot, or you know, producing a broadcast or something like that. If you were doing an interview, I would be responsible for making sure the sound and the lighting in the room is good, and you know, setting up the camera shot to be proper. Yeah, it's neat. I originally was a business major, but I kind of realized as I was doing a few of the first few classes, it just wasn't what I wanted to do. Yeah, divers unfortunately just fell off. What can you do? It was never really on. It's like one of those things where you take away something people love and then try and replace it. It's a very risky thing to do. Because obviously superheroes was a very big favorite. Yeah, computer science sounds chill. I know it's not easy though. If that has anything to do with coding, I think coding is awesome. It's like I don't know how to do it myself, but it's like, you know, coding is how like you can take something that doesn't exist and make it exist, right? Always will be a need for people that can code with computers, even with all this AI scare. Yeah, I'm just finishing up university a bit later than usual. My first stint didn't go very well, and then I went back a few years later. Music education sounds interesting. So it's like, are you studying to be like a teacher, like a music teacher? That's two like extremely different like majors there, where it's like you're trying to do music teaching, it sounds like, and then you're also trying to do like, you know, stuff to be a doctor. No, you're good. I didn't take offense to it. I'm just explaining it to you. Everyone's got a different path. In a perfect world, I would have graduated years ago, but that's the story everyone's got theirs, right? A high school band director? Yeah, it sounds awesome. I'm glad that you kind of know what you want to do. Or you know what you do want to do. What's, I guess, before I say anything, I mean, I said it earlier in the stream, it depends on what you classify as an unk. Because some people will be like, oh, you're 19, you're an unk. Yeah, he got defensive, yeah. I am not 30, no. In that case, I would not be an unk if that was your range. I mean, that sounds fun. What's up? Mr. Yokuzo. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like 22, you're just finishing college. You're not an unk. Yeah, that exactly. But that's what I mean, right? Yeah. These ones are rainbowed, but they're also free. I am definitely not a like I rainbow everything guy. Just not feasible. You know what's crazy? We've been streaming for 3 hours and we're still not done with chapter 1. This is a long ass period of quests, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, is your nephew like 14? Because that's how it be going. Sophomores in high school be calling everybody Unc. Like 10, exactly. Well, that makes perfect sense. I mean, to him, somebody that's like a sophomore in high school is an Unc. Just funny how that stuff works. LR Cyberman? We'll get it before LR Kid Buu. I'd like to see how extreme we can get with like before LR Kid Buu. At this point, I'm all for the chaos. Like, let's get like LR Arasa or Arasa, however you want to say it, before Kid Buu. Man, I got into Dragon Ball when I was like 8 from the Budokai games. And then I kind of rekindled my love for it when I was like 14 with Xenoverse. And then I've kind of been like a big fan ever since then. But when I was about 20, I started kind of expanding my horizons a little bit, right? Just trying other series and stuff like that. By the time I was done with it, I ended up liking Bleach more than I like Dragon Ball. But I have a very deep tie to Dragon Ball because, you know, I do it for YouTube, right? I consume it every day. I do all types of fun stuff with it. The Bleach gaming scene is also nowhere near what the level of Dragon Ball is. LR Grand Priest would be pretty cool. The issue is he just doesn't have any attacks. All he does is just stand and talk, you know? Yeah, so like I got into Bleach like super late. Like I read it when I was like 21. And just kind of like as reading it, I'm like, yeah, this Ichigo guy, that's my dude, right? Like I've had an Ichigo profile picture on Discord, YouTube, Twitter for like 4 years now. Like I'm always hesitant to change it to something else because I'm like, I don't know, I would just feel weird. The character association with other people was really funny too. I had a friend who was like, it's going to be so weird when Vil turns on his face cam and it's just not Ichigo there. You're like, yeah, unfortunately, I don't look like that. You know what I mean? Not even close. Yeah, my neighbor had Budokai 2 on the PlayStation 2. Well, at one point you just have to stop giving like a damn what people think and just do what you do, like do what you like, you know? What you're rocking with is what you're rocking with. No, but I need to. My exercise routine very soon is going to be doing pool, swimming a lot because the pool's finally opening up. The weather's getting nice here. So it'll be nice to like go for a swim and then come up here and stream. Or stream and then be like, all right, it's hot in this room. I'm going to go swim now. Nice, Aya. Good stuff. Yeah, no problem, BKR. That's what I do. Without you guys enjoying it and saying thank you, I can't do it, so. It's a two-way street. Yeah, it was very fun. I remember the end game fight with Kid Buu was one of the hardest things I've ever done in a video game. In that one, and then in Tenkaichi 3. That used to have me working. I tell you what. That purple health bar was no joke. Then there's also the Budokai 1 little what if. It's like, what if Cell absorbed Krillin on accident? Yeah, Budokai Tenkaichi 3 set an impossible standard, so when they tried it again, it just didn't work that well. I mean, like, I think if you sit here and say that Sparking Zero is a bad game, I think you're being, like, you're not being very genuine with yourself. It just doesn't have a ton of replayability, in my opinion. Because, like, the appeal to Tenkaichi 3 was not grinding ranked online, right? But, like, I've always said, like, my first playthrough of Sparking Zero was, like, absolutely phenomenal. I had so much fun, right, playing that game. But then it's like, you just kind of reach a point where it's like, all right, like, okay, did this, did that. If it's on like a good sale and you can get it for like maybe $10 to $20, I think that's like for a good, decent playthrough experience. Yeah, I think that's fine. But yeah, full price, the deluxe edition, definitely not. Unless you're just a big collector of things, then it's just really comes down to your preference. Yeah, it's just, I don't really feel like that game had the impact that we thought it would. And maybe I'm just like tone deaf and I don't really understand what's going on with the scene, but I don't really feel like the amount of like creators we thought it was going to make, right? Or like, maybe there are like creators that are coming up on Sparking Zero. I just don't know of them. And stuff like that. It was like where I thought Sparking Zero was going to be like a mainstay on my channel, and it just was not. Like the first two videos did so bad, I kind of just gave up on it. But also that was a byproduct of like so many people were uploading it at that time. So it was kind of tough to, you know, come in here and be like, yeah, like let's do this and go all in on Sparking Zero. And like that was also a time where my channel was also seeing like some decent success with Dokkan. So I didn't want to come on here and differentiate the content so much to the point where people didn't know what to expect when they clicked on a video of mine. So I kind of stayed away from it a bit. Yeah, but it's like, where was Sparking Zero a letdown to you in terms of the gameplay? Was it the character roster, or was it the fact that, you know, you're not playing it all day every day? Like, where does it kind of, where do you draw the line, right? Like, where did it go wrong? Yeah, the Great Ape Vegeta fight was crazy. I remember it took me a couple tries to figure it out, but eventually I got it. I know a friend in our mutual server, I couldn't beat that fight and refunded the game. I won't say who, but you can probably figure it out. I don't think it was because of Grade 8 Vegeta. They just said it didn't play better than the version 17 years ago. That was their reasoning. Which, you know, fair enough. But, like, I feel like the whole point of it was they were trying to recreate that, but what do I know? What do I know? I'm just a guy. I just be playing games. They did update that a bit, but you are right. Like the whole concept of just like super counter, vanish, 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 vanish being the same timing every time was kind of lame. Yeah, no, I get it. Well, yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just wanted to hear the perspective where it's like, okay, where do you think it went wrong? Because then it kind of could just lead to conversation. Yeah. I think it's a case of like where the bar was just too high. When you go 20 years in between a game, it's almost impossible to deliver. Almost. Can it be done? Yes. Is it done usually? No. Where it's like, I haven't been satisfied with a Halo game since Halo Reach. You know what I mean? And that was 15 years ago. The issue with that, though, is that they made a lot of promises they just didn't deliver on with Halo. And then, you know, kind of recycling what a lot of people said, like getting rid of split-screen co-op in Halo. Like, that's just unacceptable. Like, that's what I grew up on, right? Like, split-screen custom games on Halo 3 at my neighbor's house. And then it's just like, you just can't even do that? That sucks. Raging Blast 1, nice. That's a good pull. Not because I didn't like it, I was just never a big Raging Blast guy. The 360 generation of what's it called? Of Dragon Ball games I wasn't really too into. Like Xenoverse 1 was the one that kind of got me back in, and that was obviously I can't talk all of a sudden. Xbox One. Web store announcement? That's for... Dude, I play JP. I can't even take advantage of that nonsense. Biggest mistake of my life, playing JP for content. It doesn't even do it that much better. Not anymore, especially. But you live and you learn, right? Yeah, that makes sense. This is how these things go. But what's the common ground? Dokkan. Dragon Ball Legends. Well, if it's anything like Legends, we're going to get like 25 free Dragon Stones with a code during Global Dokkan campaign. And then they're going to tweet it like 3 weeks later. Like what Legends is doing. They're like, oh yeah, guys, use code this. It's like, oh, thanks. I used that 3 weeks ago, guys. Appreciate it, though. This OST goes hard. Do I hear trumpets? Why do I hear boss music? Yeah. It's a shame that Arale units are in the state that they're in right now, because people really can't use them. It's all good. You're just so enamored with how amazing the stream is right now. How much fun we're having, how much of a movie it is. It says you're number one now. The number one keeps changing. What's the difference? Nothing. So it just keeps changing. So like right now, Ultra Saiyan Goku's number one, Ai is number two, Zack is number three, Bringer's number four. Oh wow, you can go like really far. We can go down all the way to 44. LR Vilify is like 39. Yeah, it's when you play Dokkan. You take advantage of those times, man. Yeah, something like that. You're the best, all right. Best at what? Shit, I don't know. Something. Oh, this is a good one. The only thing that makes me mad about this animation right here is the enemy sprite looks horrible. You just see like a 144p sprite flying at you at 90 miles an hour. It's always funny. I've been using this one in OSTs in videos a decent bit. I don't remember the last time I used it, but it wasn't too long ago. Oh man. Favorite one I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. That's just a tough ask. This is definitely one of my favorites. Thomas, that's kind of devious though. I can't lie. You're just lying to that poor guy. Yeah, it's a good one. The only thing that drives me nuts about that one, I've talked about this before. Someone on stream pointed it out that it sounds like there's trumpets playing, and now it's all I can hear. It's just those stupid or not trumpets. There's like a clapping you can hear. And it drives me nuts. Oh yeah, the Thunder lost. You're up five with 19 seconds, or yeah, up 5 with 19 seconds. That game's over. I don't like it. Sue me. You might. All right, how far? So I think what we're gonna do for this stream, we're not done yet, but let's do all of chapter 1, and then that's where we're gonna call it. So we still have a decent bit to go, but that's definitely where we're gonna call it. I think like 3.5 hours for the return stream is good. I've never been like a 7 to 8 hour a day guy. Longest I did was 8 during Worldwide 2023. Yeah, I get it. Last year, I don't remember if they had any like pro Celtics guys on the broadcast. Not that I can remember off the top of my head. Because it was definitely like the world wanted Dallas to win, which fair enough. But oh yeah, no, I don't think really Perkins likes Boston that much. Like they didn't invite him to the parade or anything like that. And like he was kind of tap dancing on their grave this year after the Tatum injury and stuff like that. That was like, that night was a fever dream, dude. Like, I kind of accepted the fact that they blew it, like, because they had a lead in that game again, and then they lost, and it was just kind of like, it just went from bad to worse. Like, I was just annoyed. I turned it off, and then my friend saying, like, Tatum's down, no contact, and, like, I was just like, you know that gif of Bob from Monsters vs. Aliens? That's what I was. Just kind of just, like, dead. It's like, okay. Well, I guess I'm not watching the basketball for the rest of the final or for the rest of the postseason. Yeah. You can't see it because I don't have my camera on, but there's a signed Brady jersey on the wall behind me. I wanted to see them play OKC in the finals this year. I think that would have been really fun. Just like two teams that are insane on defense. Yeah. And like, it sucks too, because like, you know, Tatum's rep is the, you know, that guy who plays every night. And that's just like those days in his career are done. And that's terrible. Because Achilles are tough to get around. It's going to be a lot of injury management and missing games. And yeah. I don't know. OKC has looked insanely dominant this year. I know that Indiana's given them a run for their money here, but the efficiency they've had, the way that Shea gets to the line and like earns those opportunities, and it's not just the whistle, it's, you know, just how deep they are defensively, how well Jay Will's been playing. It should have. I mean, I've always been of the my philosophy has always just been like, I like Boston over any team in 7 games when they're playing their brand of basketball. And it was pretty clear from that Knicks series, that team was not 100%. I mean, you know, Jalen was dealing with a meniscus issue. Porzingis has like long COVIDs or something, right? Yeah, Burley, Chila, and Limo are goated. Yeah, like Porzingis not being all the way healthy. Obviously, Tatum was a bit hobbled in that series, and then things went from bad to worse. Like, it was just bad. Last year, all the dots aligned, and you saw how good they were, and that was just not the case this year. Yeah, Drew didn't play his best basketball this year, and Horford's just old. I'm happy that he got one, though. That's kind of like how I sleep at night, being a sports fan, where it's like, you know what? I got to see him win one. That's all I can ask for. Especially, like, they did it with their group, too, where it was like, they didn't jump the gun and trade Tatum or trade Drew or Jalen when they could have. And it ended up working out pretty well for him, so it was cool to see. But it's also like, you gotta read the room, right? Everybody hates the Celtics. And so it's like, if their season goes to shit, nobody's gonna feel bad for you. It's like the thing with being a Patriots fan, right? It's like, nobody feels bad for you, dude. So you just kind of got to learn to embrace that. But hey, we got Drake May, and he's coming. So, love me some Drake May. Yeah, I don't think they're like done, but it's gonna be tough for them to bounce back because we already know Tatum's not playing next year, more than likely, and Jalen just came off of a surgery, and people are already talking about, like, they're already talking about trading him, like, who's, like, what are people looking for, and this and that, and it's a whole thing. But the thing with the NBA now is that it's so they're trying so hard to make it so like we don't have Golden State anymore. We don't have San Antonio anymore. It's just like what they're experiencing right now like is exactly what they want. Where it's like all the teams like it's like, oh, 2 new teams in the finals, perfect. Like really football, they try and set up the same way where it's like Kansas City's been so damn good, but like they don't want teams going back to back. Exactly. And I saw a stat where it's like they have a championship squad hasn't made it out of the second round since like 2018, 2019. Like it's just the landscape of the sport right now is just people don't repeat. in the player movement and stuff like that. Ooh, a 20 piecer from Evie James. Thank you very much. I think text-to-speech is on, but I'll read it anyway. I love your content, Bill. I can't wait to see how far you go on this platform. Use this 20. Yeah, I think it's about to go. I would love to use that 20 on Tao, but that's not how Super Chats work. I would have to wait until payday for it. So I appreciate it, man. But thank you. Vegeta would turn out. Yeah, no kidding. Vegeta would be physically impossible to stop on a football field. There is nothing any NFL athlete could do. We always have a fun little argument, me and my buddies. It's like, could LeBron James score a basket on Goten? And I don't think the answer is, I don't know. I always say that LeBron could get him with a pump fake, but I think that Goten, even if he fell for it, he would recover. I think it would have to be Yamcha, because can't Yamcha fly? It's just like Yamcha makes contact with a baseball. It's like, what the hell are you supposed to do? Yamcha in sports would be the biggest super athlete of all time. Where it's like, yeah, Goten wouldn't have any like technical abilities with the basketball, but I don't think LeBron could. It's funny because I always like argue the opposite, but like I think if I'm being realistic, it's like, yeah, I don't think LeBron could do anything. Where it's like if he gets him with a pump fake, Goten would just get back in time, or you know, he does a funky move and Goten would just recover. Because he has, you know, he's as fast as whatever, you know, the speed of light or whatever. That's why anime characters are silly in this world. It just doesn't work in real life, right? Yeah. Is After Image a travel, though? I'm just saying. Yeah. I didn't even know AGL Tapion had one. Well, I'm glad that you do. I know Bringer doesn't play about Tapion. That's like one thing that if you're gonna know anything about Bringer, it's that. You ask him what he wants for Christmas, it's a new Tapion and Dokkan, and they just won't give it to him. Their Easy A, I think, low key is slept on. Not that it's happened yet, but they have an active skill that gets rid of debuffs. Like it could be crazy. It's just, will the character be good, right? I think their little siblings bond locked, and that could be an issue. Chaozu is actually one where I don't know how that would work. I would want to say he'd be good at basketball, but I don't really know. Would Chaozu be a good hooper? Probably, right? Yeah, but like, surely a telekinesis is illegal. It's like, I don't think flying in the game of basketball would be legal. Can't just like pick up the ball and fly. How would they know? It's like, you know, the guy's dribbling the ball and he's not touching it. That is true. Yeah, but I mean, think about the trajectory of the ball. Like, I think the way that the ball would move with telekinesis would not be like, it's like you could just put that in slow motion and be like, yes, clearly something's up there. Like, that is not a natural movement for the ball. Yeah, a vertical would be something. That's what it comes down to, right? Where it's like, how is LeBron putting up a shot on Goten, right? Even being 6'8", damn near 6'9". LeBron wins that one. Come on. That's not an athlete or a superhuman. Give LeBron some credit, damn it. I think Mr. Satan would be able to, like, you know, post him up and it would be a pretty bad day for LeBron. I want to say it's Hercule. I don't know, though. I don't know, like, the feats of Hercule off the top of my head. I know the Z Fighters, it would be the Z Fighters, but I don't know about Hercule. Yeah. Probably, right? I mean, it's not like Mike Tyson's putting a dent in Majin Buu either. Like, yeah. Farmer with power level of 5 would crank a 90 and then double pump him. Shout out Fortnite OG. He punched through a bus. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know any of his feats right now. That's why I was saying that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, and Prime Roshi was not a joke, so. Yeah. Guys, at the end of the day, Dragon Ball is way outscaling real life. I don't think that's like a shocker to anybody. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I just don't know any of his feats off the top of my head, so it's kind of tough for me to make a verdict there. But if he's punching through a bus and just breaking rocks, then yeah. Yeah. Now, I don't think that one would be legal in a basketball game. Having Majin Buu come in and do something. Maybe he'd do it so fast they wouldn't know. I don't know. I got you. Yeah, so Mr. Satan has like crazy physical feats. Yeah, so then it's not even close with Tice. So a fictional character washes Mike Tyson. Who would have thought? But that makes sense. Evie, I don't know if you're here for the beginning part of the stream, but the goal is definitely to do it more. I don't want to like come on here and make promises and then not stream. But I at least want to do multiple a week now. That's definitely where I need to be. Because there's too many things I'm taking away from myself and you guys when I don't stream. So that's one of the big things. What's up, Saint? Yeah, exactly. Boo, why are you sleeping? It's the finals. Oh, he's asleep. I guess it's over. I'm doing all right. It's just a nice night here. Just nice to get back to streaming a little bit. As long as the quality's good and stuff like that, because I'm not at the house, I'm not on wired internet, so if the quality is low, I gotta know. I don't think it is. I haven't heard anything about it, but I know you guys are too nice to tell me these things. Where I'll be like, if I sound awful, let me know so I can fix it. Yeah, Chi-Chi's crazy. Yeah, it's one thing to like know how to play Dokkan, and it's another thing to like talk while you're playing at the same time and have people be interested. I even struggle with it. For some people, it's just a God-given talent. This is a good OST too. But you're always doing fun stuff on the game. Hey, there it is. I was about an hour off. I think I have the same reaction every time. I just go, hey. It's just the XP stuff in here is just people chatting, yeah. I really don't know how it works. I just kind of noticed it one day when I was doing a premiere. It's not any like funky settings I'm doing. They just need to like jack the system from Twitch and just start doing like channel points. Because then once we start doing that, we can start doing fun stuff. Run an ad for 15 points. Yep, that's the appeal of it. It is very funny seeing Jiren get washed by like mercenary Tao. Kids be damned, brother. And One Piece with their like hockey or whatever is pretty crazy. I don't think it's the stronger verse, but I mean, there's definitely things they can do. They're not fish out of water, you know? What a good OST, man. Yeah. What a funky looking board, huh? Yeah, something like that. No glaze, yeah. He is him. He mogs everyone. No glaze, no. Yeah, there was no bias in that whatsoever. You sounded very objective and focused on what you were saying. I think you were very fair in what you were trying to do. Probably not. It's tough. I don't think so. Probably not. It's so hard to tell. I don't know. It would have to be, if anything, it would just be like the end of the series. But even then. No, man. Come on. You don't need to be selling your phone for Dokkan. If you're selling your phone, it's to get a new one so you can play Dokkan at a better performance rate, or whatever you want to call it. That's a crazy question, man. Yeah, of course, no glaze though. Like you said, I think you're being very honest. If you want to sell your Wi-Fi router, knock yourself out. Who am I to tell you? I'm sure you know what's best. Hey, who can tell me what OST this is? I know the answer, but do you? It is not Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Good guess, though. You were very close. Do you remember when Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta dropped and the Dokkan OST started playing? Hey, there you go. What did they call that? Dokkan exercise? I remember everything of what it looked like, but I don't remember the exact name. One thing I like about this new microphone is I say new, I've had it since like March. I can adjust it a little bit more, so I can lean back in this chair and then put it over here. Yeah, Dokkan exercise, yeah. I remember the first time, I'm struggling to talk now. In 2019, I fell for the April Fool's joke. It was the Dokkan Butoden stuff, because I just wasn't really paying attention to the day. And I was like, yo, this 8-bit stuff is really cool. Like, no way they're doing this. And I'm like, oh, wait. All right. What can we do for 15 more minutes? Because we might as well stream for 4 hours tonight. We're already here. I'm just going to dance. But chapter 1 is done. I think that's a good point to do an episode for. So I guess for those of you who are here, you're getting a sneak preview, right? Episode 4 is going to be revolved around recapping this, and then we're going to start working on AGL Bardock. Maybe get that done in one episode, and hopefully it takes 45 minutes, because then I can do a long video. Yeah, that was actually really fun. The Crack the Codes thing I thought was really cool. And I got a banger video out of it. Oh, you want to see the Zero to Hero box? It's pretty lit. You guys can see here we have 200 characters. We'll filter it by SSR. This is what we're working with so far. And I'm not summoning tonight. this was the first character I pulled for SSRs other than Kefla, so I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, this is not a good way to start an account, chat. It was one of those, uh-oh. Yeah, of course. I would probably say Special Poses is the team that we want to be working on right now, because we would have Ginyu, we would have the Gammas, and then we'd have some free-to-play Ginyu Force options. And then also keep in mind this guy is an Androids leader, so we'd be able to throw Android 21 on this team. So that would also be pretty helpful. But other than that, we are in a bit of a spot right now, but Rome wasn't built in one day, right? Yeah, of course, bro. It's like, do you... Yeah, honestly. But yeah, I think for sure the Gamma 2 leader is going to be the way to go for now. It sucks because Rosé won't be on the team, but it's going to give us the most amount of options with characters right now. Just to sort of maximize, have that Gamma rotation, maybe run 21 with Ginyu or something like that. Not going to be perfect by any means, but, you know, that's the kind of the whole point. That it's not supposed to be perfect. So when it is, we're golden. On Gray Cybermen, it's a travesty. I mean, if you want to watch me just solo every event with ease, I could do that, but I think it would kind of take the fun out of the videos, right? Where it'd just be like, oh man, this guy is basically cheating with how good these guys are. I feel like I would lose some credibility, man. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. On global, on JP, I just do them when I get them, but yeah, global, I'm a little more conscious of it because it's I don't have an unlimited amount of items like I do on JP. Very different game over there. Yeah, for $1,000, I'd do that video 12 times. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. How many times do you want to see me die with Cyberman? That's... Oh, my phone was about to go down. Or was about to lock. I'm sitting here doing nothing. Alright. Let's, I guess we'll work on Awakening Gamma 2. Until I get past... So it would be... Well, would it be with a character in 6 Cybermen, or with 5 Cybermen, or would it be with just 6 Cybermen? Big difference there. Yeah, that would be tough. I don't... It just depends on the event, because I don't think that really would be possible. Well, what do you want to know? Festival of Battles, yeah. You would never... I mean, you would just lose to the charge count. Like, what are you talking about, man? Oh, true, true. Zach did it, so it's got to be doable. It's got to be easy. It's Zach did it. That's always what I tell my friends when they say they can't beat something. I'm like, well, it's Zach did it with 6 Cybermen, so why can't you do it? They go, who's it, Zach? And I go, don't worry about it. It's the meat banner guy, I think. Oh, well, what made it different before the version synced up was that the Japanese version got units early. But now the versions are synced up, so it's just different. So, like, the big perk to playing JP at the time was that you got to use, like, the hype characters earlier. So, especially as, like, a content creator, it's like, oh, you want to cover the new unit for the first time? Play JP. Yes and no. Because Global Dokkan campaign is just part of the unification. They didn't sync it for the Global Dokkan campaign. They just unified the versions, and now the Global Dokkan campaign is just a perk of that. I haven't had to manually play Dokkan for 4 hours now. It's kind of weird. Yeah, so it's Global Dokkan campaign because Global no longer has their anniversary because the yearly anniversary happens in January because they're celebrating at the same time as JP now. So what was originally known as the like worldwide download celebration, or they would celebrate a certain amount of downloads, has been moved up to where the global anniversary was, which was the beginning of July. So they moved that up, and now instead of having the worldwide download celebration, it's going to be known as the Global Dokkan campaign. And then an LR that we usually get at the end of June on JP is going to be moving back to both versions in the fall. I think it's October. And that's probably going to be called the Thank You Celebration. So they were really just trying to get cute and just get the versions synced up because so many people have been clamoring for it for a really long time. So, and it's just nice now because, you know, players of the international or global version are not behind anymore. And so it just makes things a little bit more engaging for the community because everybody's celebrating everything at the same time rather than it just being specific times during the year. But it also comes with a price because a lot of global players have not experienced the Japanese schedule like times like this where there's nothing to do in May, because typically this is a dry period for the JP schedule every year. But global's thinking about the anniversary, they're thinking about this, they're thinking about that. But this year they don't have that luxury, so things seem really dead. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So that's just like a major difference this year. I guess they decided it was in their best interest and they would make the most amount of money if everything was celebrated at the same time. Which, you know, fair play. At the end of the day, a business is a business, right? Sure, man. Yeah, put it in the on the community Discord. You don't have to send it privately or anything. Bringer's got it. Really got to figure out YouTube commands, because then you could just easily just do an exclamation point Discord and then it would pop that link up. I'm just not the best with it. It's also not like Twitch, so I know things are a bit different. I am best player. You can tell when I when I see the screenshot. So when you see the screenshot, you're going to be the best player. That's an interesting way of putting it. For sure, for sure. Hey, nice, man. I was like very, very like careful with my summons on that. I'm like, listen, I'm only doing this. I'm not going any further. Yeah, I think we like, okay, thank you, man. I'll have to kind of work with setting that up. Maybe I'll hit up Dots or something to try and figure it out. Yeah, man. We're about done here soon, so appreciate you coming out, man. Hey, I said you were the best player. It came out of my mouth. I tell my friends all the time, Zach is the best Dokkan player. So. Also, Rue the Day. Are you Neville, dude? Come on. What are we doing here? Yeah. Shout out to iCarly, man. Not Dan Snyder, but shout out to iCarly. Yeah, okay, dude. I think you should stick to the meat banner. How can you take inspiration when you're the best, you know? You think LeBron's inspired by anybody? Hell no. He's inspired by LeBron. Exactly. So, like, when you woke up today, you didn't expect somebody to name drop Neville from iCarly, but here we are. That's why you watch. Me clearing the Gamma 2 Dokkan event, that's why y'all watch. This is some of the toughest stuff you can do in the game. Yeah, because this game just doesn't have that. That's not the selling point of the game, to have like real-time engaging PvP. Selling point is really just like you can put it down, pick it up, play it whenever you want, right? On the bus, on the train, on a walk, at the desk, put it down, unpause it, keep playing. Very casual, very slow-paced game. And then like real-time reaction-based PvP, I think would be a little bit funky. Maybe like a turn-based PvP they could do, but it would be like one of those things where you get a notification where it like tells you like, oh, it's your turn against so-and-so. And like they're trying that right now with this new competitive million arena mode. Now it might not be the best, but it's their attempt at it. I also think that if it's implemented properly and not like a complete debacle, it wouldn't just absolutely destroy the game. That is a very good point too, because like if the PvP is also a slippery slope, because if you're at that constant need, if you're feeling the constant need to keep up, then it's like it can be exhausting. Like you can ask a lot of people that play Legends, like the pacing of that game can be exhausting, right? Where it's just like, oh my god, dude, I summoned on a banner like a month ago and I already feel like I'm, 3 seasons behind. So it's like, because if you're not constantly playing Legends and getting your Zenkai buffs and doing all this and that, like it can be a rough experience. It can be. And I think that's kind of the appeal to Dokkan, where it's like, if you've had these anniversary units from 3 to 4 months ago, like you're still fine, right? That's why we advise so heavy that you only summon when you quote unquote need to. I believe you, man. You said you're the best player, so I gotta take your word for it. Why would I go against what the best player thinks? Like, come on, man. That's just common sense. Yeah. It's just Legend. It's just different strokes for different folks, right? Like, I like Legends, but I also understand that it's tough to keep up with it. Things can coexist. It can be enjoyable, but hectic. That's why I have to take breaks. Like, because if I try and do it year round, I just tucker I said tucker myself out. I burn myself out. Yeah, I appreciate. You're gonna become the next Katomi, where you're just leaving the same comment on every video. Hopefully they're back soon. I know they're taking a break from something, so we'll see. Yeah, exactly. You can just let it auto click, so it's like it's just a pacing thing. Definitely one of the big appeals to the game. Nah. If I'm gonna do that video, I'm gonna do it right. I just can't give in now. Nah, they look pretty good these days. Because they're a friend. And they've got their own like little lore. They deserve to at least have the thing they've been asking for done properly. Nobody else left a comment for like 200 days in a row. The same thing. I don't know why they just decided to start doing it. And I was like, all right, I'm not going to tell you to stop. You want to, knock yourself out. I don't think that dedication's gone. I just think they're taking a break. Yeah. Better not be a picture that'll get you in trouble because they gonna snag you up. It is a good OST. I use this one still. That's awesome, man. That sounds legit. 50 turns in 1 minute? That's crazy. The Gray Sappermen, they're that overpowered? I'd like to just see, like, I guess, like, maybe double Super Saiyan 4. That'd be pretty fun. Daima in some capacity would be great. I wouldn't mind Namek Goku versus Frieza, but I do think we need, like, a big boy, like, Super Saiyan 4 right now. Just for the current state that the game is in. Not that, like, the game is, like, you know, on the verge of dying. It's just very slow right now. And it would definitely be fun to sort of pick up the pace a bit. I'm going to use boosts after this run. I usually don't do that, but we don't really have characters to link level right now anyway, so I don't really feel like it's the end of the world. This is a good one, too. Dokkan General or regular General? Honestly, man, that was more creative than I was kind of expecting. I was expecting it to be like a picture that I'd have to ban you for. So, yeah, you know what? You get a point for that. Why not? I was like, this is going to be some nasty ish he's going to send, isn't it? But no. That's a pretty good clear, though. The characters you use there. How well does the Gray Cyberman that has blue skin and white hair hold up in that event? You just keep him in slot 3, obviously. It's a pretty good clear, though. I mean... Right. Here. I'll put up Zach's proof on the screen real quick. I like the way that it's not your picture. Oh, okay. Here. So the time, as you guys can see, 1 minute. It's sorry, I'm trying to multitask. There we go. Kind of line this up just like this, right? There we go. What do you guys think? Does this look legit? I think so. No items, all Cybermen, done in 1 minute. I think it looks pretty good. I don't know though. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly. You just got to zoom in a little bit. You guys just aren't thinking outside of the box. You just had to zoom in a little bit, and it did say Cyberman on the image, to be fair. What's up, Yugi? Getting here a little bit on the tail end. We've been live for about 4 hours, but appreciate you stopping by. Game breaker, no, but just at least something exciting that players are going to want to summon for and be excited about. So, Daima Super Saiyan 4 Goku, unless he is just absolutely just god awful, it's almost a guarantee that that's a hit for the game where people are going to be excited, right? Was watching the finals. Did that game go to OT? No way, right? The Pacers didn't do it again, right? I haven't really had time to keep up. I've been trying to lock in. The first stream back, I can't just be looking at the NBA. The Thunder tied it. Okay. I was going to say, there's no way they blew that. Because Dragon Ball Z Master was saying they're up 5 with like 19 seconds to go or something like that. I was like, surely they don't mess that up, right? Like, they'd probably just start fouling. Nah, it's all right, man. You don't want to spoil it for the rest of us. I got a lot of content to make on that Easy A, so you're robbing me, man. All right, yeah, I didn't use boost, guys. Don't look. Ah. He's on the meat banner. Man, that meat banner of yours just got so many secrets. The Cybermen that cleared the festival. Easy A Raditz. Why don't more players talk about this? They don't want to get banned. Exactly. Something like that. Meat Saga Krillin. That's a hell of a name for a character. Yo, you remember the guy from the Meat Saga? Of course, how could I forget the Meat Saga? Yeah, the Meat arc, that was my favorite. Hey, is this chain battle? Is this chain battle? I think this is chain battle, Chan. Quintillion damage, yeah. I hear that for sure, man. All right, Piccolo and Gohan, get him. Put away this Gamma 1. There we go, nice. Alrighty, so Gamma 2 is all done, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be our Dokkan Awakening. And then I guess tomorrow, I can get to work on the next episode. I don't know what I want to upload tomorrow, or technically today. Yeah, I got you, man. Thank you, Zach. You're putting everybody on, man. It's really generous of you to do that. Woo, there he is. The first Dokkan Awakening of Zero to Hero that isn't a free-to-play character. Gamma 2, I like it. We got any Kais? Yeah, we got some. We'll do 4 of you, 2 of you, like 6 of you. No, aren't there free Gammas? There are free Gammas. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, caught myself. All right. So that's what we're going to call it for tonight. 4 hours, 15. Not too bad, right? I appreciate everybody coming out. Sorry if you just got here. Yeah, I probably would need keys. I'll look into it. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming out. I do appreciate it. Want to stream tomorrow. Not going to make any promises, but I should be able to at some point. So I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.